Recording in progress.
Muy buenos días. Soy el coronel Cristiano Rolim Pereira, del Ejército Brasileño.
Good morning. I am Colonel Cristiano Pereira from the Brazilian Army and member of the IADB, and I am a cyber defense advisor. It's nice to greet you from the headquarters in Washington in the United States, and I welcome you to the Cyber Defense Seminar of 2025. Thank you for your trust. Also, thank you for attending this event. And I want to share with you the pride and joy that we have for having more than 8,000 people signed up that represent more than 50 countries around the world. Technical aspects. In order to have a better experience in the participation of this event, I'm going to share with you some aspects that you need to consider. We are streaming. We are streaming live on YouTube on the IADB channel, and the participants can ask questions to the presenters. In order to send their questions, they can use the chats on YouTube. Depending on the agenda, there may not be time for questions, but please send them to our email, which is there on the screen. Also, we will have simultaneous interpreting in the English, Portuguese, and Spanish languages. Please use the chat in a cordial manner, not issuing opinions and keeping the questions within the topics of the conference. The conference will be recorded and will be available to watch later on YouTube. Certificate of participation will be issued for each of you. And also a survey will be sent to you later, and we request that you please answer, and this will improve our process. So your support is very important. In this forum of discussion, also we want to highlight that the opinions of the presenters do not represent the opinion of the IADB. Objectives. The objectives for this seminar are the ones on the screen: to promote the exchange of experiences, good practices, and lessons learned, to strengthen the international cooperation in the topic of cyber defense, and to improve the capabilities of cyber defense of the member countries. Then about the agenda. The agenda for today is shown on the screen. We will have the formal opening, and then we will continue with 3 presentations, and then we will have a break. After that, we will have another 3 presentations in the morning. Then finally, after another break, we will have 3 presentations in the afternoon, and then we will have the closing remarks at about 2:30 p.m. The opening, I will leave a General of Division Reinaldo Salgado Beato from the Brazilian Army, the General Director of the Secretary of the Inter-American Defense Board. He will be opening the event officially. Ladies and gentlemen, and representatives and observers of the member states, specialists, and guests, as General Director of the Secretary of the IADB, for me, it is really an honor to welcome all of the participants of this seminar of Cyber Defense of 2025, this event reaffirms our conviction that cooperation is a very solid pillar in order to face the challenges that emerge in the digital domain in a scenario where the geographical borders are no longer relevant towards the cyber threats. It is imminent that no country can protect themselves by themselves and their citizens. The digital transformation that we are living has widened the opportunities for development, but it has also multiplied the risk. Our critical infrastructure, such as energy, water, and communications, for example, they are more interconnected than ever, thereby becoming persistent and difficult to detect. All of the countries in the region, independently of the level of maturity, technological maturity, are facing the same risk. Another common challenge is the scarcity of professionals who are experts in cybersecurity. The demand definitely surpasses the offer and of teams necessary in order to review these very deep technical issues. Then also the process of preparation of policies, national strategies, and regulatory framework that are compatible with the speed of the technological advancements. These developments that are shared with all of the nations represented here reinforces the need to build solid mechanisms in order to exchange intelligence, best practices, the strengthening of national capabilities, and joint training of experts. Throughout this seminar, we will have the opportunity to go deep into these matters, to share solutions and identify paths for cooperation and concrete proposals in order to move forward together. I invite everyone to participate actively with a spirit of cooperation and strategic vision. And this is how we open the version number 2025 of the Cyber Defense Seminar of the IADB. Please, I wish that you have a very productive and enriching seminar and aligned with the purpose to build a more secure and resilient world. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, General.
Thank you, General.
Já iniciando formalmente este evento,
Initiating this event formally, it is a privilege for me to present the first presenter of the day. It is Enrique Castañeda de Benito from the Army, Terrestrial Army of Spain, and he will be offering his presentation, Creation of a Joint School as a Response to the Increase in Personnel in the Joint Command of Cyber Operations. I would like to present to you Lieutenant Colonel Enrique Castañeda de Benito from the Army of Spain. In the course of artillery, with a degree of distinction of the UN for the defense for the University Juan Carlos I, and Master in Cybersecurity by the University Carlos III. And right now, he is a Chief of Studies of the Military School of Cyber Operations of the Joint Command of the Cyberspace. I will leave you with Lieutenant Colonel Enrique Castañeda.
Buenos días, no sé si se me oye.
Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me perfectly or if there are any issues. We can hear you very well. Good morning. Good morning. I am sharing the presentation. I don't know if you can see it on the screen or are there any difficulties? Right now, we're just looking at your camera. How about now? Now we have it on the screen. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for this invitation. and for letting me give my presentation. As the organization said, I am Lieutenant Colonel Castañeda. I'm going to talk to you about the process that we have been following in the Armed Forces of Spain for the creation of our school, our military school of cyber operations. As you all know, since very few years ago, the demands for the teams of cyber operations have not stopped growing. Every time there's an ever more growing need for planning and execution of military operations, and there's the need of cyber operations. And we all know about how all the organizations and military systems have this need for systems and networks. So now we have to ask ourselves a very uncomfortable question, but it's necessary. Is the personnel thinking about technology, but are we also thinking about human resources? Is the personnel growing at an adequate rhythm? Are they capable to execute the actions that are required of them? Well, this question was stated by the commanders of the Spanish Armed Forces. And as a response, in the year 2013, the military school of cyber operations was started. And this school wants to provide two solutions for the same problem. The first solution is addressed to guide the way how the new members We have lost connection. Can you hear me? Well, this whole process, I'm going to rely on this table of contents. I'm going to try to talk to you about the mission, how the mission came to be, how the basic structure of the school was created, and then based on the base of this structure, we have applied these topics on the later developments, the areas of activities that we have identified based on that mission, assigned the resources available and the principles that we want to apply. What are the educational plans that we have developed so far? I'm not going to go deep into this because this would take us a separate presentation and it would be very tedious to address. And then I want to conclude by talking about the challenges that we face and the most immediate future for the school. So in order to create the school, at the beginning, it was necessary to have two main things. First, we needed a concrete objective and then to have an action plan, and then that this action plan was accompanied by the resources, the adequate resources. In order to do this plan, when the school was created in 2013, well, when the Joint Command of the Cyberspace was created in 2013, the Joint Command of Cyber Defense was called back then. They had to develop three capabilities: a defense, the other one is the response capability, and the exploitation capability in order to operate in the cyberspace. So this was started in 2012 with a small group of 12 people, and they continued working until 2015, and the numbers of this group were increasing until 2022, and we had a group of 120 people. Then throughout these years, there's a small increase of personnel, but we identified that it was not enough. There were a lot of requirements for the cyberspace, and we needed some drastic measures. This very realistic plan that provides a real increase of personnel that can operate in this environment. Also, there was an important problem. If we want to grow in such a big way, with so much personnel as was necessary, then we needed to identify the needs for training that this personnel would need. So therefore, the school was created in 2023 in February in order to from the period from 2024 and from 2028 in order to implement this plan to incorporate personnel so that in this group of the cyberspace experts group, we would have 250 civilian experts as well. In order to do this, carry out this task, we defined a mission, which is the one shown on the screen. The school was assigned with the mission to provide teachings of perfecting in the topic of cyber operations that support the development of the technical and operational capabilities of the personnel of the Spanish Armed Forces, so that with these capabilities, they can plan, direct, and execute operations in the cyberspace. This gives us the challenge to train all of our personnel in all the topics related to cyber operations, not just on the techniques, but on planning, on conducting, and synchronizing operations. For that, we created a basic structure of the school. This structure, as you can see on the screen, is just those squares in the blue color. So there was a very small structure with 5 people, a director, a chief of studies, a secretary of studies, and 2 sub-officers who are helpers, and they are trying to support the chief of studies in order to initiate all of the administrative procedures and bureaucratic procedures that are necessary in order to have the school running. Also, everything that you see in orange or green is the structure that we have been creating and planning afterwards. I'm going to talk to you about this later, but the square that you can see in green is the only department that as of today we have active in the school and with personnel working in it. And the rest of the departments they still require to have some more personnel so that the school can have a future. So as I've said before, in order to execute this mission, this initial nucleus started asking themselves, how do we start working? So we decided to identify certain basic principles that needed to be the basis for the school. So the first one was, it could be another way because of the mission that we had. Our trainings should move around the cyber operations. So they should address all of the topics regarding cyber defense, offensive, defensive, intelligence operations, and operations to support the military operations in the cyberspace. Also, it should address topics, not just technical topics, but aspects related to the roles, as well as issuing the students a context of those technical activities in the military area. Another basic principle that we have applied is the operational orientation. This means that we want to integrate the operations of cyberspace in a multi-dominium environment. The whole spectrum of activities has to be contemplated from planning up until synchronizing of activities. And this wouldn't be useful by itself, but if our operators didn't have the technical training that they require, the activities in cyberspace have a very technical component, and this is the basic pillar so that the operators can support the activities that are assigned to them. So these technical trainings will address procedures, tactics, and normalized procedures that need to be developed in order to increase the efficacy of our forces. And lastly, the aspect that we wanted to incorporate in our program and study plans is the updates and innovation. As you all know, cyberspace is an ever-changing environment. It's very dynamic. So in order to improve, it is necessary to learn, to experience, and to be up to date. So therefore, we have to create collaborative environments with the academy, with the industry, with our allies, with friends. So having seen this basic structure of this, I want to start talking about the main activities that we do during these first years of existence. So the first area is training in cyber operations. And for that, we've had to identify those profiles, professional profiles that need to be necessary in relations to the operations in the cyberspace. In our case, since we are in the European Union and we have the European environment issuing a lot of norms that our country accepts, we have chosen a framework prepared by ENISA, and they have several professional profiles that are well adjusted to the needs and capabilities that we had at that time when we were creating this. So all the professional profiles that we're trying to train for and that we're trying to do those study plans for are based in this framework, from NISA, which is an agency of the European Union. So for the development of these plans, we have used a framework for reference, which is the competence building, and we have to work closely because in order to do this type of training, we need to identify the work profile, the needs, the skills that are necessary in order to carry out this job. And once we identify these requirements, we have to send them to the academic world, extracting what are the skills that the students need to be trained in, the aptitudes that they need to train in. It's important because this training we have we want it to be a comprehensive training. It's not just the technical part that we want to train in, but everything that makes a trained cyber warrior ethically and technically. So everything that has to do with this activity. And another area of activity that we have identified as basic is the one that is called the cyber range. We already had a virtual environment in the school, and the school has adopted this environment as a basic tool in order to increase the skills, but in order to execute scenarios that are very complex in this environment, also we can train on tactical capabilities. So on this technological environment, we're trying to put some realistic scenarios in order to train different capabilities. Every operator does the timely tasks necessary in order to do a coordination for bigger operations. So the cyber range is a window for cooperation because it is a tool that is at the service of our teachers and students, but it is also a tool that we want to use it as a point of contact. So this civic and military cooperation with the companies, with institutions, in order to try out new tools. Another area of activity that is very important for the school is the civic and military cooperation. It should be based on cooperation in order to get technological updates. Unfortunately, the armed forces cannot go at the same rhythm with technology. Sometimes technology is owned by private companies, by entities that are outside of the armed forces, and we have to cooperate with them in order to do this technological update that our operators need. This can only be achieved by establishing a framework for that cooperation. Also, besides within this cooperation topic, we have to generate environments of trust with allies and friends. Also, in this environment, we might talk of military cooperation with allies. And lastly, the doctrinal development in cyber operations. We know that this discipline is very new, and we have to train our operators in the doctrine, the updated doctrine. It is very changing and transitory, but it allows to have technical operators and leaders, commanders, chiefs of unit that are going to be able to integrate their activities within that framework of operations, that multi-dominium framework, which is so relevant nowadays. Multi-domain. So we don't want our students to just be consumers of a doctrine that is generated by others, but with their training and their practical experience that they acquire, that they may be generators of doctrines, of manuals, of procedures, of good practices. So that whole group of documentation that is necessary in order to navigate this very complex world. So after talking about all of these main axes, I want to start presenting what the study plans are. So what does the school do? As you can see in this slide, we have the training structured in 3 main layers, depending on where the operators come from. So for the initial training is different based on the scale. The training for troops and Marines is based on medium range training. So it has an initial technical and very basic training. And therefore, the school has created a basic course of specialization. So the soldiers that have this very basic training have 10 weeks of training in the technologies of communication in order to provide them with these technological skills that will be necessary in the next phase of training, which is the medium training, intermediate training. So this is the priority in the training. Right now, the basic training has a lot of demand because we are incorporating a big amount of personnel. So once they have completed this basic course, we will provide them with informative courses, and each of the troop is specialized in and classified in the profiles that we have identified. So if we move to the next layer, to the sub-officers training, they have a professional training of an upper level, higher level, so they have, of course, more capabilities. So the first training that they receive is the intermediate training. They come in the intermediate training. This training provides them with a vision of all of the profiles that have been identified for the troop, and they also give them more technical capability, and of course, in order to integrate the operators that are coming from the troops. In the case of officers, the officers are coming in with a university degree, and therefore their starting point is far more advanced. And so also it has the same level as sub-officers, but we try to train sub-officers to carry out the command functions and planning for the basic activities that they need to face when joining the unit of cyber operations. So in that sense, we're also developing a series of courses there, as you can see. I don't know if you can see the arrow, but here in this red square, red rectangle, here we have the basis of cyber operations in order to do multi-domain activities by the personnel, which is not specifically from the cyberspace, but they can have something to do with cyberspace. And therefore, we are developing the content of this training for these officers and sub-officers. Also, we cooperate with the training centers because we are a perfectioning center, but we provide the path for the training centers so that they include in their study plans the requirements necessary so that when the students come out from them, they can join our courses, complying with the profiles that are adequate and appropriate. And then talking about the advanced training, we're developing these courses. They are, of course, a lot more specialized and focused on a single activity. And right now we are developing a couple of these courses. And the idea is that these courses are very technical, and the audience comes from the experimented operators that have gone through the prior trainings in the school. In the end, everything that I've talked about is good, but I want to also talk about numbers. So what do all of these activities, what is the result of all of these activities? So these are the numbers that we have here. So the school has been operating for 33 months. During the first 5 or 6 months, we had the initial nucleus of personnel joining and the creation of the first study plan. So practically, we have been working during 2.5 years, so about 30 months. So we have created 9 courses from scratch. They did not exist, so we created them from scratch. And also, there was an existing course that we have adapted to the new needs of the Joint Command and the academic needs of the cyber school. And we are developing new courses that are going to starting from the summer next year. So these courses are directed for planning and for officers and for sub-officers, an advanced course of advanced operations, offensive operations, and another course of cyber intelligence. So during these 30 months that we have been providing training, in which we have been providing training, we have formed 432 students. When I started as a chief of studies of the school, I did not imagine that we would be able on such a short term to train so much personnel. During this whole time, during all of this time, we have managed to develop 25 iterations of our activities. So we have completed practically 1 activity per month. We would not be able to do this activity by ourselves. Our nucleus was of 5 people. We have grown up to 15. We have been focused on the design and preparation of study plans, in academic preparation, in hiring of resources. And with those resources, we have had the cooperation of external companies. We have externalized this part of the teachers. We have a partner, which is Seste, and we hired him through, and they are in charge of providing all of the guides for the study plans that we have developed. So these are the teachers that come into the classrooms, they apply the methodologies, they make the resources available for the students, and they assess their capabilities following the direction and guideline of the personnel, the military personnel of the cyber operations school. And I would like to go through the challenges in the future of the school. As far as personnel, we have a very important challenge as far as increasing the teachers. We don't want to, we believe that it is important that this group of teachers increases, and they are the rock where the students will be formed. So these teachers, we need to train them continuously, of course, and we want to create the basis to retain this personnel, this teacher personnel. As far as the study plans, we need to update these materials according to the needs. As long as the needs are evolving, we have to adjust to those needs. So, and as far as resources, we have a very important challenge as far as the acquisition of tools and licenses and implanting of infrastructure for simulation of real environments. We want our students, our cyber combatants, to be trained in the most realistic environments as possible. So for that, we have a project now in order to provide the school with their own facilities. Right now, we are using the facilities from the air army. And so at the end, maybe at the end of the year, we will have this building available, and up to the right of the presentation, where there's This building will give us a lot more autonomy and a lot more capability in order to form our students for the requirements.
Hemos perdido un poco su conexión. Castañeda, ¿me escucha? Pues aparentemente tenemos un problema técnico
It
con la
looks like we have a
conexión del
technical
coronel
problem
Castañeda. Vamos a
with
reempezar.
Colonel Castañeda's connection.
Hola, ¿me oyen?
Sí,
Hola,
se
no sé.
perdió un poco la conexión, pero ahora ya volvemos.
Sí, vale, no sé dónde nos hemos quedado, perdón, porque yo he continuado
I
hablando
don't know
y
where
creo
we
que
left
estaba
off.
hablando solo.
El que tenía la foto de la escuela a la derecha, encima.
¿Aquí?
Perfecto.
Vale, ¿habían podido escuchar lo de las instalaciones o ya ahí habíamos perdido la conexión?
Cuando comentaste de la foto para fijarnos en la foto a la derecha,
When you talked
Sí,
about
bueno,
looking to the
efectivamente,
picture on the
ese
right,
es el edificio con el que
well, that's the
bueno, pues,
building
pretendemos contar
that
a
we
partir del verano.
want to have starting
Esta es
from
la
the
verdad,
summer.
esta es
So
la
this is
fotografía.
it, right? This picture.
Estas instalaciones nos van a dotar de mucha
So
autonomía,
these
mucha
facilities
capacidad
will
para colaborar
give
con
us a lot
otros
more autonomy
trabajadores,
and capability
mucha
to
capacidad
collaborate
para
with
adaptar
other
nuestros
stakeholders to
planes de estudio
adapt our
y
study
ya digo,
plans
disponer de la autonomía
and to
necesaria para
have the
darle a
necessary
los alumnos
autonomy to
que
provide the
pasan por nuestra
students
escuela la mejor formación posible.
the best
Y por
training,
último,
with the best training
simplemente
possible.
decir que como
And
punto
then
de
lastly,
colaboración
I
y
just want to
contacto, les
say that
invito
as a
a que
point of
contacten a través
contact
de
and
su delegado de
cooperation,
defensa
please
con la
contact
Subdirección General
through
de
your
Política de
defense
Defensa,
aggregates
la Subdirección General de Planes
the
y
subdirection
Relaciones
of
Internacionales,
plans
donde
and
ellos podrán
international
encontrar
relations,
cualquier
where they
petición,
can, any
ya que
petition or
nosotros
any
directamente no
question that you
podemos
have, we cannot directly reply,
encauzarlas a través de
but
la subdirección
it
y
needs to be
ellos
addressed to
nos harán
this
llegar
subdirection, and they
oportunamente y
will
nosotros
bring it to us. And of course, we will
Y por mi
duly
parte, esto
respond
es todo.
whenever
No sé
it's
si hay
necessary.
alguna
And this is
cuestión.
it from
No
me. I don't know if
pasado el
there's
tiempo
anything else. I
y
hope
espero que les
didn't
haya
go over
resultado
time, and I hope that this
interesante.
was interesting for you.
Pues, muchas gracias, Coronel
Thank you
Castañeda.
very
Vamos muy
much,
bien de
Colonel
tiempo.
Castañeda.
Gracias por
We are on
presentarnos
time.
este caso de éxito tan apropiado. La capacitación y entrenamiento de personal especializado para la
We
ciberdefensa
have
sí que es un desafío
it is
común
a
a todos los
challenge, a
países.
common challenge for
It is
all
a
of the
common-
countries to have the creation of a school like this, which, as was presented today, and this definitely is a tool for countering this challenge. Also, we have it is something that is aligned with the objectives of the IDB. Is this school for the offering for positions for any foreigners as an exchange for such as like internship or something like this? Is it available for foreign students?
¿Me escucha?
Can you hear me?
Hola, no sé si se oye.
I don't know if you can hear
Se ha
me.
cortado un poco y no sé si,
We've
si
had a
he
problem,
entendido bien
a
la
technical
pregunta.
problem.
Pregunta sobre la posibilidad.
The question is if you propose for the future that some internships or exchanges for foreigners.
Actualmente ya
Right now, we have received some foreigners. Our capacity, as I said before, is very limited because we don't have our own facilities right now, but it has been thought of, and I think that after January, when we have our own facilities, it's going to be more viable to have this collaboration. As I said, through this deputy directorate, we have had some requests for collaboration, and we believe that after the summer, our capacity to respond to these demands will be better and fill more positions. Thank you.
Coronel Castaneda, em nome de la Junta
Colonel Castaneda, on behalf of the IADB, I thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience as a member of the Armed Forces of Spain. I thank you very much, and our salute for you. Thank you the same.
Seguimos agora com esse segundo
Now we're
tema,
going to continue with
qual
the
será
second
abordado
topic
por
that
el
is going to
coronel
be
Marcelo Gomes
developed
da
by
Silva,
Colonel Mero
do Ejército de
Gomes da
Brasil,
Silva from the
quem nos
Brazilian
oferecerá
Army,
sua
who is going
ponência
to offer his
Exercício
presentation.
Guardião Cibernético 7.0. O Coronel Gomes é bacharel
Coronel
em Ciências
Gomes
Militares, possui
was
pós-graduação em Política e Estratégia,
graduated in Strategy
pós-graduação em
and Policy
Governança da Tecnologia da
and Governance
Informação
and
e mestrado em
Technology of
Segurança Nacional e
Governance
Guerra.
and War,
Realizou o
and
curso
carried
de
out
Terrorist
a
Use
course of
Cyberspace no
terrorist
Centro de
use of
Excelência de
cyberspace in the
Contra-Terrorismo da
Centers of
OTAN
Excellence
e o curso
of
de
the
Segurança
NATO
Nacional
and
e Guerra
National
da
Security
Universidade
and
de
War
Defesa
from
Nacional
the
do Paquistão.
University of Pakistan.
Unidade de
Today,
Comunicações
he
da
is
Organização
head
das
of the
Nações Unidas.
communications,
Funções que
and
desempenhou
among
foi
other
instrutor da Academia Militar
duties, he was
Brasileira
instructor
da
of
Escola
the
de Comando Exército.
Academy, the Military Academy, commander of the Logistical Battalion, and officer of doctrine. And right now, he is an advisor of the Cyber Command. And with you, Colonel Gomez.
Bom dia a todos os presentes, senhores
Good
e
morning to
senhoras.
all of you, ladies and
É uma
gentlemen.
grande satisfação de estar aqui apresentando
Good morning.
o
We are
exercício Guardião
presenting
Cibernético
this exercise on cyber defense
nesse evento da Junta Interamericana
for
de
the
Defesa,
IADB,
especialmente
especially.
sendo exercício que é
This is an exercise that
no Brasil e na América Latina, né?
Brazil and Latin America has done.
Então, eu vou iniciar
And
minha
I'm going to
apresentação
start with my
com
presentation
vídeo.
with a video that shows the opening and the motivation for the participants on the exercise, the Guardians.
The largest South American Brazil devices digital nation. With more than 80% of the population connected, we are leaders in digital inclusion on the continent. But this achievement also makes us tough. Cybercrime, hacker abuse, and persistent threats test our nation's resilience every single day.
Coronel, o áudio se cortou.
Deixa eu vou descompartilhar aqui, vou compartilhar novamente, ok?
Perfeito. Seria de lembrar de marcar a opção de compartilhar com áudio, por favor.
Fecha. Aqui, não. Esses dois, né? Janela. Esse. Não? Hã?
So very good. But Brazil is not standing still. Today, we are recognized in the country.
Fazer tudo de novo. Aqui a apresentação é essa aqui. Ela, né? Aqui. Mas é aqui. Onde? Aqui? Isso.
Estamos vendo a apresentação novamente em janela.
Marquei. Vou até... Vou testar agora, vamos ver se vai tocar aqui o vídeo.
Brazil licenses teaching education. With what lady
Agora a gente não está vendo mais a apresentação.
Algum problema aqui. Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Tem duas janelas abertas aqui.
persistent threats, test our nation opportunities every single day.
Pronto.
Estamos vendo a câmera e não a apresentação.
Ok. Apresentação mesmo. E compartilhar tudo. Agora voltou, Cristiano?
Voltou em janela.
Mas está aparecendo o exercício ou ele está...
Está no slide com o escudo do guardião.
Ok. Então, vou passar o vídeo agora, que é o próximo slide, e vamos ver se o som sai.
Perfeitamente.
What 80% population
Estamos em janela, não estamos em tela completa.
We're going to start again.
Não está a tela completa?
test our nation's facilities every single day. $1 billion crop because have shaken confidence in financial
Isso vai mexer aqui. Então,
Estamos vendo a câmera agora. Perfeito, temos agora em tela completa.
Digital nation.
Com som.
See the full camera.
Population connected. We are leaders in digital inclusion on the continent. But this achievement also makes us a target. Cybercriminals, hacker groups, and persistent threats test our nation's resilience every single day. Billion-dollar fraud through PICS has shaken confidence in the financial system. An attack on the nuclear sector paralyzed the production of radiopharmaceuticals essential to thousands of patients. City halls and hospitals have fallen victim to ransomware that disrupted vital services. And strategic companies have lost billions to ransomware attacks and data theft. These episodes show that the threat is invisible, but the impacts are very real. But Brazil is not standing still. Today, we are recognized among the countries with the highest level of maturity in cybersecurity worldwide. The Cyber Defense Command, in partnership with civil agencies, private companies, and academia, works to expand our cyber protection capacity against thousands of daily attacks. With every incident, we strengthen our response capability, broaden intelligence sharing, and prove that resilience and collaborative action are our most powerful weapons. Cyber Guardian Exercise 7.0 is the largest training in the defense of critical infrastructure and essential services in the Southern Hemisphere and Latin America. In this event, government, armed forces, companies, and academia come together to protect against simulated cyber attacks on the sectors and services that sustain national life. Water, energy, transportation, communications, finance, biosafety and bioprotection, and defense, as well as other essential services. And each of you is an essential part of this mission. Today, we are not just spectators. We are protagonists in the digital defense of Brazil. What we do here will strengthen our sovereignty, protect millions of Brazilians, and mark the history of cybersecurity in our country. Brazil's digital future is in our hands. Cyber Guardian Exercise 7.0 begins now.
bem, então, após essa introdução do vídeo, né,
So now
nós vamos passar aqui para a apresentação de
we're going to show the
como surgiu, né, essa ideia.
presentation
Então, a Estratégia Nacional de Defesa do Brasil,
with the
em
cyber
2018,
strategy
ela colocou o setor estratégico,
of
setor estratégico da
2008, the
e
strategic
dos itens
sector
era
as in cyber
melhorar a
defense.
cibersegurança com ênfase na proteção de infraestruturas críticas, né? Então, a gente
This is for
começou a
cybersecurity.
participar de eventos
And
no
then
exterior
we started to participate in events in foreign countries
começamos a
with
observar
friendly countries, and we started to
era
observe
feito esses
how
exercícios cibernéticos
uh,
em relação à
these
proteção de infraestruturas.
exercises
Nós trouxemos
were made,
esse
all the ones
conhecimento
related with cyber
e fizemos
defense.
a iniciativa em
And we
2018
brought this knowledge, and we started
iniciar
in 2018
esse exercício.
to enter this
O
exercise.
decreto, então, em
The
2022,
decree
o decreto
of 2022, decree number 11,200 of September 15 of 2022, approves the national plan for the safety of critical infrastructure in Brazil. And in this plan of 2022, the Ministry of Defense carrying out these guardian exercises for cyber defense. And it became customary. And in 2022, the Brazilian government recognized the importance of this exercise that was held for the first time in 2018. And we continued with this evolution of the exercise called Cyber Guardian exercise in 2018 with two structures, and starting in 2019, more or less, once again. And in 2020, we didn't have one because there was the pandemic. And in 2021, we were able to increase the number of organizations that quite expressively since 2021. And in 2022, we decided to create
aquelas infraestruturas críticas regionais, a participar
another facility to have the regional structures that could participate from São Paulo, because the facilities in Brazil were too small and it couldn't really hold all the participants. And in 2022, if you can observe, the total of organizations were 120 for 450 participants. And after 2023, we changed, and we went to the higher defense school, and we increased the number of participants. And also the challenge was bigger in Sao Paulo, and all the critical infrastructure for essential services were also participating after 2023. And in 2024, we continued inviting more and inviting more participants and more organizations. And then in 2025, we reached the number of 600 of 169 organizations, and we changed Sao Paulo for Belém. And we had an exercise over there with the Cyber Guardian, with the local structures to increase this promotion of the cyber exercises, and the number of organizations within each area of infrastructure in the like water, transportation, telecommunications, finance, digital government, bioprotection, the academias, and defense. And you can see here the example in transportation. We have several companies that participate in the same exercise and the same course, and create a cyber resilience in this sector. It is very interesting to see the format of the exercise. The exercise, as I said, from the 15th to the 19th of September of this year, the central bank in Brasilia, and to the left, you can see half of the pavilions that we used, more or less like 2/3. And in Berlin,
Então, aquele ali é o edifício do Comando Militar do Norte.
we have
O
this
cenário, então, escolhido,
military
até
command
2024, nós
premises that we
utilizávamos
used.
cenário
The scenario
hipotético, né? Então, por que
that
que nós,
we used a
pensando no
scenario in
exercício, por que que nós
2024 that
não
was hypothetical,
pensamos que
but
o
we
Brasil
said, why
é o
do we use a
igual
hypothetical
nós
scenario?
estamos preparados o país
Why don't we say that
ser
Brazil is
resiliente
the
a possíveis
target of an
ataques
attack?
cibernéticos,
Because we're
possíveis
preparing
cenários
the
que
country
surgem.
for a
Esses
cyber
cenários
attack.
baseados em ameaças persistentes, né,
So
avançadas,
this
e
scenario
nós pegamos
based
essas
on
ameaças,
threats,
pegamos também
persistent
casos reais
threats, and we
de
took all
ataque
these
cibernético
threats,
no mundo
we took
e
real
inserimos
cases of
dispositivos
cyber
cibernéticos
attacks,
simulados
and then
que
we
são
placed
entregues
them.
ali para os participantes resolverem. E aí isso gera toda a movimentação, toda a dinâmica do exercício.
We placed
E
them as targets,
nós
and
tivemos
that's
essa
how
ideia.
the exercise became so
Então, o
dynamic.
exercício ele é
In
baseado em
this way,
3
the exercise
diferentes
was
linhas. A
based
primeira linha é o
on
exercício
3
propriamente dito de infraestruturas
different
críticas,
topics.
que
The
é
first
um
one
tabletop,
was
onde temos uma
tabletop and
simulação
virtual
virtual e uma
simulations,
simulação
where we
que
had
nós chamamos de
a virtual
construtiva, que é o
simulation and
tabletop.
a
Na
constructive
segunda parte é capture the
simulation.
flag,
And the
que é
second part was
jogo cibernético,
a cyber
onde esse
game,
ano passado, nós
where
tivemos
in
300
this year
participantes,
and last year
e
as well,
foi
we had
tão interessante que
more than 1,000 participants.
foi uma experiência que fizemos,
And
e a
this was
empresa
an incredible
que se propôs a
experience.
fazer
And the company that
capture the
proposed
flag,
to
ela
carry
abriu
out this
300 vagas
test
e essas vagas encerraram
opened
em uma hora, no
300
máximo já tinham
places
todas
more. And
sido.
these
E nós
300
iniciamos,
more
solicitamos que
positions were closed in
fossem
just
1.000
1 hour. So
vagas
this
para
year we
civis e
requested
200
to
vagas
have
para participantes
1,000
militares, todos
places
brasileiros.
for civilians and
Então, assim,
all the others for the
foi
military
feito, as
of
1.000
Brazil.
vagas
And
foram
this is
preenchidas
how
e
it
os resultados estão
happened. And the
sendo atribuídos.
2,000
Esse exercício
participants
ele é
were
importante porque nós
used,
podemos
and the
levantar
military,
talentos dentro da nação, né, para a
1,152,
mobilização
because we
e
can find
também
talent within
talentos
the
dentro
nation to
do próprio setor
mobilize
das que às
cyber
vezes
attacks, and
temos
also from the armed
militares
forces
que
as well.
não são
Because sometimes
da
we have
área de
military
cibernética, são de outras
people
áreas,
that are not
e
from the
eles têm
cyber
que
area, but from other
colaborar a
areas,
essa
but they
área
can
de cibernética,
also
eles estão
provide
disponíveis,
a
nós não
certain
sabemos algumas
contribution.
das
And so
esse
uh,
jogo cibernético ele é
we have to
importante
find out where
para
all this
eles
talent
decidirem.
is. So
E
this
por
game is
esse
very
ano, no ano que
important.
vem, nós
And
esse
for
jogo,
next year,
esse
in
capture the flag,
2026, we are going to
para
open this
os
game
países
once again
estrangeiros, das
for
equipes
all the
militares,
foreign countries
países
as well.
estrangeiros,
And
para
so
participar desse
we
capture the
have
flag.
military
Né?
teams,
Serão
and
enviados convites,
foreign military teams will be
posteriormente,
able to
e
participate. We will
haverá essa
send some
possibilidade de participar
invitations
desse
later on,
jogo cibernético.
and
E
we
por
will have the
último, a
possibility
cooperação
to
internacional. Esse ano
participate in
tivemos a
these cyber
participação de
games. And
14
finally, international
países,
cooperation.
e
We had
eles
14 countries
fazem um exercício
participating, and they do a
com dois
tabletop
participantes
exercise
por
with two
tivemos
per,
participantes da
participants.
América do Norte, do Sul,
We have
né?
North
E
America,
foi
South
bastante
America, Central
interessante
America,
essa
everybody
participação.
participating, and it was very interesting.
O ano que vem, nós
And
teremos
this
nessa
year
cooperação
and next
internacional
year,
a
we will have
possibilidade
in
dos
this
países
international
que
operation,
estarão integrando o território
we
do
will have
Brasil
the
participarem
opportunity to
por
have
equipes
countries that are going to be
remotamente
part
da
and
simulação
members of the
virtual aqui
tabletop.
no seu país,
And
né? Com
we
sua
will be
equipe
able to have
do
some
seu grupo.
remote tabletop
Então, a
trainings.
dinâmica
So
da
this is the
simulação
dynamic of the
construtiva do
tabletop.
tabletop, nós temos
And
ali à
of the
esquerda
constructive
uma sala de
simulation,
controladores ali no
at the
centro,
left, we have
onde existe
a
componente de
controller's
empresa.
room
Somos
with
uma empresa de energia
we
que
have
presta
the
serviço no Brasil
company.
de
This is
energia, ele
the
tem
electric
componente dentro
energy
daquela sala. Ele
enterprise,
é responsável
and
em enviar
they
pedidos
have one
cibernéticos
person
simulados
that is
para o
responsible for
gabinete de
sending
crise, que é aquele
all
que
the
são aqueles
cyber
grupos que estão
requests
direito.
to
Cada
the
grupo daquele
cabinet,
é composto
and
por um
each
mínimo
group
um executivo daquela empresa,
that is composed with at least one person of this enterprise, and other members are part of the technology, others are from the legal area, and the enterprise themselves. And so this company or enterprise has to say that they have received a cyber attack and asks for help and asks what they have to do. And then the executive has to decide. And from this response, we send it back for the control of the timeline. And an analysis is carried out, and the response is also analyzed. And we continue with the exercise, sending some other requests, cyber requests. And then the dynamic is constant. And during the exercise, for instance, the image on the right shows the starting of the exercise. When the crisis elevates, involving a greater complexity. And then these teams get together, and the room becomes one sole group. And then the enterprise tries to resolve the simulated cyber problem. And this is very good because it generates socialization, energy, and also the resilience of this sector. And also for the virtual simulation this year, we have already established, and we had a red team, a blue team, and a gold team. And within this game, this virtual simulation, we had some virtualized networks where the red team attacked according to certain sequences that had been already established. And then the other team was going to defend itself, and the blue team cannot Jordanize its environment. We had a gold team that was in the room with the different sectors and supervising, and they had a type. If anybody had a difficulty, then the gold team was the one in charge of helping the blue team to discover any vulnerability in their systems. And this was also a novelty. And the search for cyber threats and a forensic exercise was another novelty, where a machine that was infected, and they had to do a forensic test in this machine at a certain period of time. And we were able to certify that some sectors, like the banking system, the financial system, had the best capacity to research the forensic problems better than anybody else. And every sector, every enterprise that is involved in the exercise has to look for the weaknesses within their own sector with regards to cyber attacks. And then the red team met every day with the blue team in a room to give their feedback and discuss all the attacks that had happened, verifying the level of protection and the detections that they made, and the information that they had discovered in the 3 days. I'm going to show you the simulated networks. We have TI and operational technology networks. We also have a grading system. To the left, we have the defense sector, the thermoelectric, the operational technology of the system of the valves, and the controllers of the thermal electric system. And we also have the protection of the air defense sector. of the tech enterprise that is from Brazil. We put a drone in the transportation system as well that was flying over the area of the exercise, and there was an attack there as well. And the controller at the station controlled the drone, and the drone was transporting medicines from one sector to the other, and then the staff had to protect the drone and recover the control of the drone. To the left, on the right, with the energy sector, we have a transmission system for electric energy. And we had a simulation here where the staff of the electrical sector protected itself. It was the digital bioprotection staff that worked protecting a system of water treatment. And we have several controllers here for this very large operational technology. And then we have the legal system. We had to protect in order not to have any alterations in the mix of the water. And in the area, they had to make sure that there was no leaks in the system. And we had also resolved several of the challenges in the telecommunications sector and also in the banking sector. And we decided to change totally and to work with the TI system and the controller system, operational technology from the data center. And we were able to attack the system of the industrial system and communication system. And if the system would have stopped, all this data system would have stopped working. So they liked the initiative very much. And so this year and next year, we're going to prepare new challenges for the different sectors to involve them all. I'm going to move now to another video. It is a call made through YouTube, and we have called, and the company that helped us with their services called the population of Brazil so that they could all
Brazil's digital
participate in the
sovereignty is under
exercise.
attack. An invisible but devastating threat is trying to paralyze our essential infrastructure. Hacker groups and independent criminals exploit vulnerabilities in critical infrastructures and essential services that have become vital to the daily lives of Brazilians. Cyber attacks with a single objective: chaos. They have already hit our banking system, compromised power grids, and attempted to infiltrate military systems. The consequences are severe: blackouts, financial collapse, and direct threats to national security. Now, more than ever, we need you. Operation Pure 2 has been activated, a cyber warfare mission to defend our nation in cyberspace. This is not a mere simulation. It is a realistic scenario, inspired by the latest threats. Every decision matters. During Operation Pure 2, you will face threat reconnaissance, interception of enemy communications, and decisive counterattacks. Mission: cooperate with the Cyber Defense Command, neutralize adversarial forces, and protect Brazil's digital infrastructure. Cyber defenders, this is your time. Our future depends on your courage, skill, and dedication. Join Operation Pure 2. The battle for the digital protection of our nation begins now. We are ready, are you?
Essa foi a operação, né?
Well, that was the operation, and that was perfected, has been perfected through the day. So now we have some national corporations, and we have 12 countries that are participating: the United States, Germany, Spain, Mexico, Colombia, Paraguay, among other countries. And it was very interesting. We had simultaneous translation into English and Spanish, and the participants were able to respond to the simulations during the exercise. Here we have a picture of the participants and the commander of the cyber defense, General Gaddafi. And Brazil carried out this exercise with the support of many companies. And all these companies are the ones that participated, offering their services without a financial counterpart. And they presented and offered several of the parts of the exercise and everything that we needed to carry out the exercise. So right now we're preparing a new public call for 2026. And it is going to be launched between February and March, the latest, for the exercise for 2026. And talking about the 2026 exercise, we are right now in the last slide of this exercise that will be carried out between the 21st and the 25th of September 2026. And we will have the Central Bank of Brazil. And the great challenge here is 5 hubs that are distributed around the country. Some Sao Paulo, Recife, Brasilia, Curitiba, and Manaus. So all the regions of Brazil are going to be participating remotely after the central control in Brasilia. And here we have to highlight that these hubs are being established because the amount of companies, of national and international companies that want to participate with that have seats in Brazil and want to participate in the exercise cannot participate because of the space limitations that we have in the central hub in Brasilia. And so we resolved to expand this participation. And besides that, since the exercise is of great importance, it is a success case. We have all the physical infrastructure and the essential services participating in the exercise. And we were able to resolve in each one of the hubs because we inserted inside the hubs companies, commercial, industrial, and health industries to participate in the exercise at the same time. And so what we want is to generate this awareness in the different provinces and the regions and the different regions of the country with regards to cybersecurity. And to the right, we have the international participants. I have spoken before about that. We have the participation of face-to-face of 2 military staff in the exchange. And in the virtual simulation, the teams of these countries participated remotely from their countries. And finally, I would like, on behalf of the Commander of Cyber Defense, General Correa, to participate in this very important event and to present a case study, which is the exercise Guardian, Cyber Guardian. Thank you very much, and available for any questions. And I also have my contact number. Thank you very much, Colonel Gomez, for your invitation and presentation. We have been able to share your knowledge and the exercise that is becoming more important. And in 2024, the IADB has already carried out 3 of the exercises, the tabletop among them. And the exercises were between Mexico, Guatemala, and Ecuador. And this exercise, in part, were based on the Cyber Guardian So this success case is totally aligned with the objectives of this seminar. One question that came up, the way of doing the contact has been, and you have been very clear, you have left the channel open for the communication of all those interested. So one of the questions that came up is there no additional time for questions? But since we have your contact and we also have the questions that have been sent to the speaker, they will be able to answer them by mail. It's been a pleasure to work with you once again on behalf of the IADB. I thank you for sharing your knowledge as a member of the Brazilian Army. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Seguimos agora com o terceiro tema, o qual será abordado por el senhor Maior Raúl Fernando, de las Fuerzas Armadas de Honduras, que nos ofrecerá su ponencia Fortalecimiento de las capacidades en ciberdefensa de Honduras. Me gustaría presentarles el mayor auxiliar de administración Raúl Fernando Paredes Rodríguez, oficial con más de 20 años de experiencia en tecnologías de la información dentro de las Fuerzas Armadas de Honduras, específicamente en las áreas de infraestructura, redes y ciberseguridad. Es ingeniero en ciencias de la computación por la Universidad Católica de Honduras, diplomado en ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa por la Universidad de Defensa y actualmente cursando una maestría en ciberseguridad por la Universidad Tecnológica Centroamericana. Actualmente es jefe del Departamento de Investigación y Desarrollo,
Research and Development of the Directorate of the Chief of Staff, Raúl Fernández, with you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Es un honor dirigirme a ustedes como representante de las Fuerzas Armadas de Honduras.
Good morning. It is an honor to address you, and I thank the Inter-American Defense Board for the invitation to this important seminar on cyber defense. At this moment, I'm going to present and share my presentation.
¿Me confirman si la pueden ver?
Ya la vemos en pantalla completa.
Perfecto. El día de hoy tengo la oportunidad de presentar
Today I have the chance to present the following topic, which is the strengthening of the cyber defense capabilities in Honduras. And the purpose is how Honduras is strengthening the capabilities and the challenges that we are facing in the region.
A continuación,
Next, I will show you the agenda. First, we will present the context of the digital transformation in Honduras, what initiatives does the state have and the private sector, and why security is key for this modernization. Then, we will analyze the challenges of cybersecurity in the region. We will talk about numbers of real incidents and the general overview in our operational environment. Also, we will examine the current position of Honduras in the international indexes of cybersecurity, the global index, as well as the national index. This will indicate us where we are at and where we're going. Then, as the next point, we will be presenting the progress in the topic of institutional capabilities and governance. So our response teams to incidents and the national team, which is in development, and how this helps our defense. And then we will also present the strengthening of the armed forces in the cyber topic in multinational exercises. Right now, Honduras is in a transformation process, digital transformation, and it is guided by the Digital Governance National Plan. And this plan establishes digitalization as a commitment of the state, not just as an initiative from a specific sector, but a strategic response in the long term. So what does this mean for the citizens? In the public sector, this is reflected in the modernization of the services, such as online government, digital identity, electronic files, and better access to public services. In the private sector, we're looking at this in the digital banking, in the online commerce and online payments and services through mobile applications. This is an inevitable movement and it is necessary. However, this also implies a very direct consequence, which is that every new service, online service, every database that is connected to the network, every digital transaction increases the exposure to a cyber attack and to data loss. Therefore, security is an essential component in digital transformation, and this is what makes it reliable and secure. Next, we will move on to the challenges that we face. In recent periods, in August 2024 and July 2025, which is just 10 months, we had 726 million of attempts of attack that were blocked, more than 10,000 malware attacks daily, and approximately 1.1 million ransomware attacks. So what do these numbers mean, these attack numbers? This is a real risk for companies. Unfortunately, in Latin America, around 60% of the companies cannot recover after a very serious cyber attack. In simple terms, a successful attack today is not just a simple technical problem or an isolated incident, but it means the end of the company. Now let's look at the global context. We have approximately 36,000 malicious scamming per second looking for potential victims. In Latin America, there's an increase of 15% in ransomware attacks in the last year. And this is because the cybercrime is very profitable and the criminal organizations are maturing. But there's something that is concerning, which is the incorporation of artificial intelligence. Now, the attacks are using AI to automate scale phishing campaigns, adjusting it to behavior patterns of the specific victims. And also, they're generating images, audios, or videos that are false and that are very convincing for the population through social engineering. They are also creating adaptable malware that modifies itself in real time in order to evade defenses. So, besides this attack environment, we face the following challenges. One of the challenges is the digital gap. There's a big difference and a very clear difference in the access to internet between the cities and the fields. In the cities, more than 65.3% of people have access to internet, but in the rural areas, this number goes down to 41%. This difference means that almost 2 million of Hondurans are disconnected from the digital world. Why is this important for cybersecurity? Because the country is doing a great effort to connect these communities with initiatives such as the use of Starlink, the GIGA project from UNICEF, and the National Program of Transformation and Digital Extension. This is an effort of the Honduran government and the IDB. And so while we connect more people, as we are connecting more people, we need to make sure that this connection is not a gate for cyber criminals. We have to connect and protect the population at the same time, specifically those who are accessing the digital world for the first time. As far as the legal framework, Honduras already has some very important, although these rules are a little bit dispersed. The penal code has articles that punish actions such as robbery of information, sabotage, or entering non-authorized access. So this is a starting point. In the financial sector, they have strict rules for cybersecurity, thanks to the ISO 27001. This is one of the more mature areas as far as digital protection goes. There's other laws, such as the laws on transparency, of electronic signature, that address parts of the problem. However, the challenge that we have is that we don't have wholesome laws. We don't have comprehensive laws. We need a cyber criminal law. Also, we need a law for personal data protection, and also a national decree of cybersecurity that unifies all of these efforts. In order to assess where we're at, we use two references which are key. One is the National Cybersecurity Index, which measures the level of preparation of a country to prevent and respond to cyber threats. And the other one is the Global Cybersecurity Index, which assesses the general commitment of the countries with cybersecurity. The results show constant improvement, trend of constant improvement. In the National Cybersecurity Index, Honduras has a 23% rate, and it locates us in position number 102 at a global level. Besides the number, apart from the number, the trend is positive, because before we used to be in a very lower position, so this reflects growth. Then in the Global Cybersecurity Index, we're being cataloged as a country on the level 4, which is growing. So even though we were on a low scale, we are showing progress in all the components, in the legal, in the technical, and in cooperation. The legal measures are a strength, a relative strength. The biggest challenges that we have in this diagnostics is the need to have a national strategy. And national measures. So this, we hope that this changes after the next progress that I will show. So when facing all these challenges, Honduras has managed to have some very good institutional progresses. The first one is the C-cert, the banking C-cert, which was pushed by the banking institutions of Honduras, and this is an operational team that has already been consolidated. What does this team do, this response team? It's in charge of monitoring the threats that are specific to the financial sector. Also, their key function is to coordinate a response to incidents between banks. So if a bank is attacked, the CSERT makes sure that the whole banking network is in alert and they can defend themselves appropriately. Then it also generates threats intelligence in real time. It allows for a very fast reaction. It also cooperates with other CSERTs, international CSERTs, creating also a national and regional network. So the final result is to have a financial system that even if it is much more conscious and coordinated and connected to regional alerts. And this reinforces the resilience in the national economy. Then the second progress is the CSERT of the Autonomous National University of Honduras. This has a triple role. What it does is that it protects its infrastructure. It takes care of its servers and databases and all of the academic systems of the university. Also, it protects investigation data and academic data, which are very important assets to generate knowledge. It also contributes to training specialists, experts in cybersecurity, and it works as a center where the students are obtaining real experience. Also, the university acts even further. It acts as a regional center for raising awareness in cybersecurity. So this means that it also teaches on best practices to the whole country, therefore becoming a key actor to multiply our capabilities at a national level. The third progress that we have is the IRT, which is also led by the Communications Institute, and this team is currently in the advanced phase of implementation. In October of 2025, it had a workshop to implement this national CSERT, and we had the participation of institutions from the public sector, the private, and the academic sector. We had Andutel, the finance secretary, the central bank, Tigo, Interpol, National Police, the National University, Autonomous University, and the Armed Forces. And the goal was clear. It was to start operating this CSERT from 2026. Also, it was mentioned that in the next phase would be to prepare the national strategy of cybersecurity for next year. Now let's move on to the specific strengthening of the armed forces of Honduras in the cyber domain. The armed forces of Honduras have the cyberspace as one of the main domains, and it has a comparable strategic importance as terrestrial and aerial spaces. So this was an event. We had the Congress for Cybersecurity for National Defense, and there were many personalities there, and the government authorities of the highest level and representatives of the private sector in this Congress. There were different courses and trainings provided for ethical hacking, for penetration testing, and forensic digital analysis. And this activity accomplished the activity to transfer the knowledge, technical knowledge, because the military personnel acquired immediate skills. Also, we managed to have strategic awareness because the high command of our country was presented with the reality of the operational reality of the cyber defense, and therefore in order to prioritize the assignment of resources. Also, we had the possibility of updating our manual of the institution. Then the next point, which was also very important, is our participation in the conference of the Central American Armed Forces, CEPAC. Specifically, we participated in the second specialized activity of cybersecurity and cyber defense. This activity was carried out in May of 2025. And in this time, we addressed three main topics, which were the legal frameworks, They were reviewed, and the laws of each country were compared to the other country whenever they faced cyber attacks. And also, we worked on the creation of an action plan for mutual cooperation whenever there's any cyber incident that affects the region. And then also, we defined how the continuous cooperation in cybersecurity would happen between all the armed forces. This participation reaffirms that the regional cyber defense is the best defense. The objective was to strengthen the capabilities of the entire region in order to contribute for security and peace. Then the next thing we did was the participation in the exercise of the Southern Defender of 2025. This was an activity of cyber operations, defensive cyber operations. It was led by the South Command of the United States. In this training, we had 25 people from the armed forces that were trained, and specifically in the area of response to incidents, to cyber incidents. And very realistic scenarios were used in this exercise. There were two key points, which were the use of open source tools. This means that we can keep our capabilities, operational capabilities in the long term with limited resources without depending on very expensive private licenses. Also, the training was based in real intelligence on regional threats, not in abstract scenarios. The exercises reflected the patterns of attack that were documented in Central America. Today, these effectives are multipliers of capabilities within the armed forces, and this is the basis in order to improve the response times to any incident. Then the next exercise that we participated in was the CENTAM Guardian, which is another integration exercise, the multinational exercise. This exercise was also coordinated by the South Command of the United States, and Honduras integrated a cybersecurity dedicated cell. So they were also working in realistic scenarios, very similar to the Southern Defender exercise. And finally, in the inter-American environment, what we highlighted was this challenge of cyber defense, the inter-American challenge of cyber defense by the IADB. This was a virtual exercise also, and it was also known as Capture the Flag, where the key was not competition, but cooperation in the hemisphere. 157 military participated in 57 teams from 15 countries. The technical challenges were very complex. We did some, but some of them were very complex. Web analysis, forensic analysis, cryptography were also addressed. And what was important was the realistic aspect of these scenarios. A lot of incidents were real incidents, such as the case of Wacamaya, related to ransomware attacks. And the dynamic was total collaboration. And this was very important for us because we created a network of contacts for regional cybernetic topics.
Bien, si observamos todos los avances que hemos revisado, podemos agruparlos en tres grandes pilares.
So we can group these exercises in three big pillars: strategic. The first one is doctrine and protocol, the strengthening pillars. And then we created guidelines, national guidelines to respond to incidents. We are also adapting the best standards, international standards to our reality, such as ISO 27001. And then the other pillar was the coordination and organization area. We have 2 response teams, which are the CSERTs, operational CSERTs in key sectors such as the banking and academics. And we have a national CERT in implementation with goals for 2026. What's crucial is that we have managed to integrate all of these sectors, the government, the private companies, academia, and defense, so that they can act under common protocols. Then the other pillar is leadership and training. We have formed a nucleus of more than 100 professionals specialized in cybersecurity. Then also universities are developing master's degrees to promote talent. And also we have 25 between 30 specialists, between 25 and 30 specialists in the armed forces with a very high level commitment. And none of this, none of what we have spoken of, and everything that we have achieved, it wouldn't be possible without international cooperation and deep regional cooperation. Interoperationality is a very important need. Honduras has very key alliances that multiply our capabilities, such as the ITU, the IADB, such as the Southcom and the CFAC. In order to conclude, what can we learn from all of this? First, the multi-sector approach does work. It's not just the responsibility of the state, but it is a shared responsibility. And then in second, the cooperation amplifies capabilities. Individually, Honduras is a very small country with budget limitations, but it is in a network of alliances with the IADB, with the ITU, with the Southcom and CFAC, and then we can multiply everything that we can achieve. Interoperationality is definitely a need. So also we recognize that cyber defense is part of national defense. As an armed forces, we recognize this. And Honduras is under construction. It is not under reaction. And with this, I conclude my intervention. I want to thank again the IADB for their invitation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Major Fernando, for presenting the situation of Honduras as far as cyber defense. Your recent progresses, in particular your banking CSERT and national CSERT, are very concrete examples of the efforts that this country has done in order to increase its capabilities for cyber defense. Thank you for your comments on the challenge of the IADB. We want to repeat something similar in the short term. And events such as specialized activities are aligned with the objectives of the IADB. And if I am not mistaken, one of the conference people that will be presenting today from other country is there. So Major Fernando, in the name of the IADB, I want to thank you for sharing your knowledge and experiences as a member of the Armed Forces of Honduras. Thank you very much, and I greet you. I salute you. Now we're going to have a break of a little bit more than 15 minutes. We will be coming back at 11:05 Washington time, and we will continue with our fourth presenter. See you later.
Tras el intervalo, seguimos ahora con el cuarto tema, el cual será abordado por el mayor
We're going to
Eduardo
continue with the
Julián
fourth topic by Eduardo
del Ejército de
Julián
México,
of the
quien nos presentará el
Mexican
tema
Army, who is
Acciones
going
de
to
la
present
Secretaría de la
actions
Defensa
of the
Nacional en
Secretariat
materia
of
de
National
ciberseguridad
Defense in
y
cybersecurity
ciberdefensa.
and cyber defense.
Es con placer que les presento el
It is a
mayor
pleasure
ingeniero militar
to introduce
Eduardo
you
Julián
Eduardo Julián
Hernández.
Hernández,
Es
Major
ingeniero militar
Military
en
Engineer
comunicaciones
and
y electrónica
Communications and
por la
Electronics
Escuela Militar de
by the
Ingenieros.
Military School of
Tiene una maestría de
Engineers. He
seguridad
has a
de la
master's in
información
security of
por el Centro de
information
Estudios
by
Superiores
the
Navales.
Center of Navy
Actualmente
Higher
se dedica
Studies.
a la
And right
revisión
now
y
he
creación
is
de doctrinas
in the
en materia de
creation of
ciberseguridad.
doctrines in
Dejo con
cybersecurity.
ustedes
I leave with you
el mayor
Major Eduardo
Julián.
Julián.
Muchas gracias, mi coronel, por la
Thank you very
presentación.
much, Colonel, for the
Es un
presentation.
honor
It
estar
is
con
an honor
ustedes
to
en
be with
estas
you
conferencias.
in these
Agradecer a
conferences
la Junta
and to
Interamericana
thank
de
the
Defensa
IADB.
por la invitación. A continuación, voy a presentarles
For the
las acciones de la
invitation.
Secretaría de Defensa Nacional
I'm
en
going
materia de
to show
ciberseguridad
the actions of
y
the
cómo
three
qué impacto
forces in
tienen
cybersecurity
en
and
la
their
seguridad
impact
nacional.
on national
En un
security.
momento les comparto la presentación.
I'm going to share the presentation with you.
Bueno, comienzo.
Perfecto.
I'm going to start.
La tenemos en ventana, no en pantalla completa. Perfecto. No, perfecto. Así como está,
Now,
sí.
yes.
Perfecto.
Now it's perfect.
Muchas gracias, mi coronel. Me presento, soy el mayor ingeniero en
I'm
comunicaciones y electrónica Eduardo Hernández.
engineering
Coronel.
communications
Pertenezco al Centro de Operaciones del
Hernandez, and
Ciberespacio
I'm
del Estado
from
Mayor
the
Conjunto de la Defensa
cyberspace of the
Nacional.
Joint Chief of Staff of my
Vengo a presentar
country,
algunas
and I'm
acciones que
going
ha
to
tomado
present
la
some
Secretaría de la
actions
Defensa
undertaken by the
en materia de
Secretary of
ciberseguridad y
Defense in
ciberdefensa.
cybersecurity and cyber defense.
Está compuesta esta
It is
presentación por
this
una introducción,
presentation has an
una descripción
introduction,
del Centro de
a
Operaciones del
description of the
Ciberespacio,
operation centers of the
algunos eventos de
cyberspace,
ciberseguridad,
some
las medidas
cybersecurity events,
para
and
impulsar
the
la
measures
cultura
to promote
y unas
culture
conclusiones.
and some conclusions.
México,
As an
según las
introduction,
estadísticas, se
Mexico,
encuentra
according
en el ojo
to
del huracán
statistics, is in
en
the
el
eye of
tema
the
de
hurricane
ciberseguridad.
in cybersecurity.
Esto plantea
This
un reto.
sets a
Toda vez
challenge
que las industrias, ya sea
since
alimenticias,
industries,
industria de la
both
energía,
food,
la industria
energy,
informática, las telecomunicaciones, y
information,
en este caso la de la
communications, and in
seguridad
this
nacional,
case, as national
pues
security,
dependen de
depend
las tecnologías de
on
la
the
información.
information
Hoy en día,
technologies. And
cualquier
today,
persona tiene
any
contacto
person
con estas
has a
tecnologías,
contact with this technology,
desde el
from
soldado hasta el
the
general,
soldier
por
to
lo
the
cual
general, for which
necesitamos que todo
we
el
need
personal tenga
all
una
the staff
conciencia
to
sobre
have
este tema.
an awareness
En
on
este
this
caso, esta
topic. In
presentación se
this case, this
enfocará en
presentation
las
will be
medidas que se están
focused on the
tomando
measures that are
para
being
capacitar al
undertaken
personal
to
en el
train
ámbito de
the
ciberseguridad.
staff in cybersecurity.
Por la parte nacional, la
In
empresa
the
de ciberseguridad
national
Kaspersky
part,
informa
we
que en
inform
2025
in the
México fue el
company
segundo país
of
en Latinoamérica con
cybersecurity
más
in
ciberataques.
cybersecurity. Kaspersky
Regionalmente,
said that
el Banco
Mexico was the
Interamericano de
second country
Desarrollo y
with
la
more
OEA
cyber attacks in
menciona que
Latin
el costo
America, and the
aproximado
IADB
de
and
estos
the
ataques
OAS
en
mentioned that the
Latinoamérica y el
annual
Caribe
cost of cyber
podrían
attacks in
superar los 40
America, and
millones de
Latin
pesos
America, and
en
the
este
Caribbean
2025,
could
con un
be
promedio de
superior to 90
18.5
million
millones de ataques
uh,
anuales.
dollars
Por
in
la parte
2025, with
internacional,
an average of
los
more than
delitos de ciberespacio se
18.5
encuentran
million
entre los 10
of
principales
attacks a year.
riesgos que pueden tener
And
lugar en
the
los próximos 10 años.
cyberspace crimes are
Como
among
podemos
the 10
observar,
principal risks
la
that could
posición
have an
de
impact in
México
the
en el
next
ámbito
10
de
years. So,
ciberseguridad
as you can see, the position of
requiere
Mexico in
acciones prontas para
cybersecurity
enfrentarlo.
requires prompt
Por
actions
lo que respecta a
to
la Secretaría de la
counterattack
Defensa
them.
Nacional,
And the
en el año
Secretary of Defense
2026
in
creó el Centro de
2026
Operaciones del
created the Center
Ciberespacio.
of
Este
Cyberspace
centro es la
Operations.
vanguardia de
This
la
is the
Secretaría
vanguard of our
ante
Secretariat
las amenazas
in
en el
face of the
ciberespacio.
threats in cyberspace.
Como podemos
As you
observar,
can
se compone
observe,
por 6
it is
secciones.
comprised of 6 sections.
Una sección de
A
monitoreo,
section
que
for
es la encargada de
monitoring, which is in
visualizar
charge of
y
visualizing
detectar
and
identificando anomalías dentro de
identify
nuestros
any
activos.
anomalies in our
La sección de
assets.
respuesta a incidente, que
The
como su nombre lo dice,
response to
tiene
incidents
como finalidad
is
responder incidentes
is there
inmediatamente,
to respond to incidents
realizar
on a
forense, tener
timely
capacidad de
basis
realizar
and
forencias y
forensic
exponer
and to expose
amenazas para
threats
informar
to
a nuestros
inform
colaboradores.
our
La
collaborators.
parte
The
de sección de operaciones
uh,
se encarga
operations in
de
cyberspace is in charge of
proactivar a nuestra gente
activate our people in the search
en la búsqueda de algunos
of
de grupos maliciosos que
some
pudieran afectar
malicious
nuestra
groups that could
infraestructura.
affect our
Entonces,
infrastructure.
es de las
So
áreas más
this is
importantes,
one
toda
of the
vez que no
most
espera
important
que
areas,
llegue el incidente, sino que
but
lo sale
they
a
must
buscar,
not
busca en
wait
diferentes
for the
fuentes.
incident to
Y
come
por
to
último,
us,
y no
but
menos
to
importante, y es
search
donde
for
se
it.
centrará
And then the
esta presentación,
security
la
information
sección de doctrina y desarrollo,
and doctrine and
que es donde
development,
se conjunta
where
la
in
parte de
doctrine and
experiencia
development we
del
have
Centro de
all the
Operaciones del
experiences
Ciberespacio
of the
y la
cyberspace
parte
operations
de información
and
que nos comparten nuestros
information
colaboradores a
that
nivel
is shared by our
internacional
collaborators
y dentro
internationally
del
and
binacional
within the
en México.
binational in Mexico as well.
Esta sección
This
se encarga
section
de
is in
conjuntar todo
charge
eso y
of
capacitar a nuestro
gathering all
personal.
this
¿Qué nos
information
referimos
and
con
training
capacitar
our
a nuestro
staff,
personal? Mandar al personal del centro de
and to
operaciones
send the
a que
staff
obtenga
from
nuevos
the operations
conocimientos para la
center to
defensa de
acquire
nuestros activos,
new
así como
knowledge
generar
and to also
cursos
generate
dentro
courses
del Ejército y
within
Fuerza
the
Aérea y
Army and
Guardia
the Air
Nacional
Force and
para
National Guard
capacitarlos
to train
internamente
them
y generar
internally
políticas
and to
que
generate
permitan
policies that will
preservar
allow
nuestros activos
to
en el ciberespacio.
safeguard our assets in cyberspace.
Estas secciones nos permiten
These sections allow us
que el Centro de Operaciones del Ciberespacio tenga
for
la
the
capacidad de defender,
cyberspace
actuar,
to
reaccionar
have
ante nuestros
a
activos,
reaction and
brindar la libertad de acción
be
en los
able
sistemas
to
institucionales que hoy en
work
día dependen de las
with
tecnologías de la
all
información y
those
comunicaciones,
assets
neutralizar
that
las
depend on
ciberamenazas y
the cyber
ciberataques,
and
generar
information and
doctrina en
neutralize them
ciberdefensa
and generate
y de
doctrines
esta
in cyber
manera
defense
proteger a
and
nuestra
in
nación.
this way protect our nation.
Ese es un breve resumen de
This is
cómo se
just a
compone y
summary of
cuál es
how
la razón de ser de este centro.
this is
Lo
composed,
podemos
the
resumir en que
reason
es
of
el
being of the
guardián de nuestros
center. It
activos
is the
en el
guardian of our
ciberespacio, es la
assets in
primera línea de defensa que
cyberspace. That
tenemos.
is the first defense line that we have.
Para también tener una conciencia
To
de qué es lo
have
que
an
realiza
awareness
y
of
cuál es
what
el
is
beneficio
being
que
done and
tiene,
what is the
se realizó una
benefit, we
estadística
carried
de
out a
15 días
statistic of
de una
15
quincena aleatoria en el año
days
2025.
that was random in
Podemos
2025.
observar
We can observe
que se recibieron
that we received
1.705.155 ataques, de los cuales
1,755,155
ninguno tuvo
attacks,
ningún
of which
impacto en los
none
sistemas de
had
esta
an
secretaría.
impact in the systems of
Si
our
nosotros
National
hacemos los
Secretariat.
cálculos,
If we do the
aproximadamente se
calculations,
reciben
approximately
de
we receive
70
from
a
70
80 ataques por minuto,
to 80 attacks per
lo
minute,
cual pues nos puede
which
dar un indicador de
give
que
us
este
an
centro de
indicator
operaciones del
that this
ciberespacio
operation centers
es una
or
pieza importante
cyberspace
en la
is a very
estructura de esta
important stone
secretaría
in
y
the
de la
structure of
defensa
this
nacional de nuestro
secretariat and
país.
national defense of our country.
Ahora bien,
Now,
ya tenemos
we
como una analogía
already
esta es
have the
nuestra
analogy.
pared que nos protege del exterior.
This is the wall
Sin
that
embargo,
protects us
necesitamos
from the
contar con
outside, but we have
personal
to have
que
staff
tenga los conocimientos
with
de
the
qué hay del otro lado
knowledge
de la pared
on
para
what
defendernos.
is on the other
Personal
side
que
of the wall,
mantenga
and
esa pared
staff that can
estable,
maintain
esa
this
barrera que nos mantenga
barrier
seguros, y
stable,
personal
this wall
dentro de
stable, and staff within
seguridad
that
que sepa que
security that
debemos, de
knows
que nos
that
tenemos que estar defendiendo
we
desde
have to
adentro
defend
y por fuera.
ourselves both
Entonces, la
from the inside
Secretaría
and
de
the
la
outside.
Defensa
So the
Nacional
Secretariat of National
realizó
Defense
medidas para
made
impulsar la
some
cultura de
measures to
ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa
promote
dentro de la institución.
cybersecurity and cyber defense in the institution.
Algunas acciones son acciones de
Some actions are
fortalecimiento,
strengthening
colaboración y cooperación,
collaboration and
algunas
cooperation,
conferencias y
some
campañas de
conferences, and
sensibilización.
awareness campaigns.
Dentro de las acciones
And within the
de fortalecimiento
strengthening
tenemos
actions, we
que en
have
el
that in
2024
2024,
la Secretaría de
the
Educación Pública
Secretariat of Public
certificó al
Education
Centro de Operaciones del
certified the
Ciberespacio
Center
a través del
of
Consejo
Operations of
Nacional de
Cyberspace
Normalización y
through
Certificación
the
de
uh,
Competencias Laborales en la parte de
normalization
forencia
unit
digital.
and on
Esto
digital
este es un
forensics. And
beneficio
this is a
muy alto
benefit that is very high for
institución,
our
toda vez que
institution.
el personal que se
When
encuentra
the staff
dentro de ella lo
inside
podemos
it
capacitar en la
can
parte
be
de forencia
trained
digital y
in
poderlo
digital
desplegar
forensics, and
con
we
la
can
confianza
deploy
de
with
que ese
trust
personal
that that staff
tenga los conocimientos y
will
las
have the
habilidades para
knowledge and the
realizar
skills
esos trabajos
necessary
de
to
una
carry
manera
out these works in a
muy
very
eficiente y
efficient
eficaz.
way.
Por otra parte,
On
también
the other
se obtuvo
hand,
la
we
membresía ante
also
el Foro
had the
Global de Equipos de
membership
Respuesta a
in the
Incidentes
Global
FIRS.
Forum for the
Esto nos
response to
permite
incidents, and
conocer
this will allow us to
indicadores de
know
compromiso,
the commitment
información, recibir boletines
indicators,
de otros
information,
lugares
receive
que nos
bulletins from
permitan
other
activar
places
nuestras
that allow us
defensas
to
y estar
trigger our
atentos
defenses
sobre
and be
diferentes
attentive to the different
organizaciones que puedan ocasionar
organizations that
daño a
could
nuestros
cause
sistemas.
harm to our
Esto
systems.
pues, nos permite tener una
This
visión
allows us
amplia
to have a broad
sobre lo que
vision
está pasando a
on
nivel
what is
sistémico.
happening at the world
Entonces,
level.
eso también es
So this is also
un punto a favor de nuestra
another
Secretaría
point
para
in
realizar
our
la defensa
favor
nacional.
for national defense.
Como lo mencioné
As
anteriormente,
I mentioned,
el Centro de Operaciones
the
de
Center of
Ciberespacio
Operation
es
of
el organismo, nuestra primera
Cyberspace
línea
is
de
the
defensa,
first line of defense
dedicado simplemente a la
dedicated
ciberseguridad y a
to
la ciberdefensa,
cybersecurity and
que si
cyber
bien su
defense.
misión es,
And
se
its
podría
mission
decir que es
could
sencilla,
is
tiene que
could
abarcar
be said that is
muchos
simple, but it
factores
has
dentro
to
del ámbito
cover
tecnológico,
many
la
factors:
capacitación de recursos
technology,
humanos
training of
y
human
demás.
resources, and
Ahora bien,
others.
la
And
preocupación
the
de la Secretaría de
concern
Defensa
of the
Nacional y del
Defense
Alto Mando
Secretariat and the High
es la de
Command
capacitar a
is
todo
to
el
train
personal, no
all the staff,
únicamente al que se
not
encuentra
just
en este
the ones
centro.
in the
Para
center.
eso
And for that,
se crearon las
we
maestrías de seguridad,
created the
ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa
cybersecurity
en la Escuela Militar de
defense
Ingeniería.
and the Military
Se
School of
crean dos
Engineering, and we
especialidades
created
en
two
el Centro de
specialties
Estudios
in
del
the
Ejército y
Center
Fuerzas
of Studies
Mexicanas
of the
y un
American
curso en
Forces
la
and
Dirección
a
General de
course in the
Informática.
General Directorate of
El primer
IT.
curso de la
And the
maestría de
first course and
ciberseguridad
the
y
master's
ciberdefensa
of
está enfocado
cybersecurity and
que
cyber
el
defense
personal
is
que egresa
focused on
tenga la
the staff
capacidad
leaving
primero
and
de
finishing
diseñar,
to be able to design,
administrar
administer,
y
and
implementar medidas de
implement
ciberseguridad en los
cybersecurity measures
sistemas de los
in
que
the
depende nuestra
systems
secretaría.
that our secretary
Toda
depends
vez
on.
que la parte de
And
ciberseguridad es un poco reciente,
since
muchos de los
cybersecurity is
sistemas
quite
se
recent, many of the
crearon
systems were created
anteriormente
without
sin estas bondades.
these
Con la
new
creación del COC
novelties.
se
And with the
fueron
creation of the
mejorando, se
COCs,
fueron
they improved,
solventando todas esas
and
necesidades
all these
de
needs
seguridad. Sin embargo,
security were
necesitamos
resolved.
contar
And
con personal
nevertheless,
más
we need to
capacitado
have a more
en
trained
el tema de
staff
ciberseguridad.
in
Como lo
cybersecurity.
mencionaron los ponentes
As was
anteriores,
mentioned by the
el
presentators
recurso humano
before,
es la parte
the
más
human
importante
resource
de
is
una
the most
institución
important
y es
part of an
necesario capacitar.
institution, and it is
El
necessary
alto
to
mando,
train them.
preocupado por
The
este
High
tema,
Command,
ordena la
concerned
creación de esa
about this,
maestría.
created
Esto lo
this
vemos
master's.
en la parte
And this is on the
y
technical
estratégica.
side and
Por
strategic
otra
side.
parte, el Centro
But
de
on the other
Estudios
hand,
del
the
Ejército y Fuerzas
study
Mexicanas,
center of
con las
the
especialidades que se
with the
requieren a través de
specialties that
ciberseguridad,
on
lo que busca es que
cybersecurity
el personal
seeks
egresado pueda
for the
aportar a los mandos de las
graduating
regiones militares y de seguridad
staff to
que nuestra doctrina
advise
son las unidades
their
de
kids
jefe. ¿A qué nos
and the
referimos?
superior
Este
units.
personal
This staff
puede plantearse a los
can
mandos
tell
necesidades
the higher
para
commands the
implementar
needs to
protocolos
implement protocols
o algunas medidas de
or some
ciberseguridad,
cybersecurity
evitando
measures,
que el personal que
avoiding
trabaja
in this way
directamente
that the
con los
staff that
sistemas
works directly
institucionales
with the
cometan alguna
institutional
falla
systems commit
o
any
violen
failure
alguna
or
política
violates any
exponiendo nuestros
policy
sistemas.
exposing
Pues
our
de alguna
systems.
manera,
So, in
egresar este
some way,
personal
to
nos permite que toda
have this
la
staff
concienciación en
graduating
este
allows
ámbito
us
se difunda en todo el
to
país dentro de la Secretaría de la
disperse
Defensa Nacional.
this staff
El
within the
recurso que se
whole
desarrolla en la Dirección
secretariat,
General de
and
Informática
and
tiene
all
como
the staff
finalidad
that is in the IT
que el personal que esté en
department
contacto directo con el operativo,
and
que esté en
the
contacto
operational
con los
staff that
sistemas,
is in contact with the system
estén
will
conscientes
be
de
aware
que son
that
importantes,
they
son un
are
activo
important, that
importante
they are an
de la
important
seguridad
asset within
de los
the
sistemas de
security
información.
of the
Que
in
no solamente lo
information
tomen a
systems,
la ligera
and
de que
not
son
take
un
this
usuario más,
lightly,
un autómata
that
más, no.
thinking that they're
Son
just one
personal,
more
un activo
user. They're
importante que
staff,
cuenta
they're an
con
important asset
materias, que puede
that
contar con
have
accesos
some
a servicios
accesses to
importantes, vitales
important
de esta
services
secretaría.
and vital services of
Bueno,
the secretariat. So these
estos tres niveles de capacitación
levels of
lo que
training
permite
allow
es que
to
personal altamente
have
técnico, como el
the highly
soldado recién
technical
ingresado en el
staff
ejército,
to the just
ya sea que tenga los
soldier that came in to
conocimientos o
have
que tenga personal
the
con los
knowledge, or at
conocimientos a la
least
mano,
have
que le
the
pueda
knowledge at hand
dar
that can give
una explicación
him or
de
her
cómo
an
se desarrolla
explanation
él en
of
el ciberespacio.
how he
Como lo
develops
mencioné
in
anteriormente,
cyberspace.
hoy en
As
día
I said before,
todas las
today,
personas cuentan
all
con un celular,
members
con
have
una
a cell
tableta, con una
phone, a
computadora.
tablet, or a
Y
computer.
si no conocen las
And if
bondades
they don't
y
know
también
the
los riesgos
good
que
things
se
and the
llevan al
risks
usar esas tecnologías,
of these
pues
technologies
no,
for the
no podemos
user,
ser
we
ignorantes de este
cannot
tema.
be
Los necesitamos
ignorant of this
capacitar para que no
topic. We
caigan
need
en eso.
to train them so that they don't fall into all this.
Nuevamente,
Now, once again,
una vez que se realizaron
once that we carry out
estas acciones,
these
estos cursos,
actions, these courses,
se voltea a ver
then
al
we
sistema
looked
educativo
around
militar, que es
into
nuestro
the
semillero de donde
military
egresan todos los
educational
oficiales y
system
los
where all
mandos
the
del ejército
officers
y
come
fuerza
in
aérea
to
y
study.
actualmente de la Guardia
And
Nacional.
right now, all the forces and
La
the
pregunta
National
y
Guard
lo
study.
expuesto pues,
And
es necesario que
we said it was necessary for the staff that is in the military premises need to have knowledge on cyber defense. And as we can observe, it is all of them are in the most representative premises, like the military school, war materials, the command school, traditions, sergeants school, the engineer school, and the war college that where we have the higher commands, and the College of National Defense. The College of National Defense is where the generals and colonels of the army are trained that can be the commanders of the units in the regions and military zones. And this allows to have a staff that is knowledgeable since their first courses. When they get to the command level, they can carry out the multiplying effect. And what do we refer by this? If we train an officer, when he is a commander, he can have 21 staff members in a battalion, a region, or a zone. And if we train him when he has the command, he can transmit this knowledge in a more effective way because the staff that is under his command lives directly under him. And if we teach this, since they are just preparing themselves when they graduate, they're going to have a better awareness of the risks that are involved in being in contact with the information and communication technologies, not only the technical staff like in the transmissions and communications. Today, everybody is in contact with cyberspace. It can be the internal network or others. So the High Command understood this in order to include these subjects in all the educational military system for service and armed staff. Collaboration and cooperation. The National Defense Secretary has external collaboration at the international level. We have memorandums of understanding with different countries, and the most recent one, Israel and Chile. What is the end of these MOs? And not to be in a bubble, we need to have awareness of what is happening outside. So these MOs have the goal that other countries can exchange information, non-classified information that and help us grow. And we can also share information with them about what is happening in Mexico and in Latin America, so that they can implement it in their countries as well. And besides, we want to have an exchange of knowledge and exchanges of schools, academic exchanges, so that the staff can go and study to different countries and they can also come and train here. Collaboration, national collaboration agreements. Among these, we have the ones with the National Guard, with the CERTMEX, and also to share information and bulletins with the Bank of the Armed Forces. And it is also important, while the banking regulations are of the most demanding in the world, and they depend from the Bank of Mexico. And these regulations have to be followed by the letter, and they can share information on the current risks that exist in cyberspace and also of new methods to mitigate vulnerabilities and to have more contact from another point of view. And speaking specifically about national defense of Mexico, we have agreements with the Secretary of the Marines. This is one of the most important because the only secretaries in charge of national defense are the Secretary of Defense, National Defense, and the Secretary of the Marines. So with this, we are seeking a union of doctrines. So the doctrines are unified, and besides to share information with what they have or discover with us. And finally, to agree on how we're going to carry out the defense of the nation in cyberspace. And finally, we have agreements, multilateral agreements with the IADB and the American Forum of Cybersecurity that we are part of. And together with all these things and all these actions that have been carried out for the awareness and training, there is staff that is being prepared, but who has not been trained from the very beginning. So we want to give conferences in the different military premises so that they can gain these bases in cybersecurity. An example of all this are the conferences that were carried out in the military school on cyber war, cyber defense. Why is this conference important? Because the military college is the one that prepares the men of war of the three forces and the National Guard. And this staff graduates as officers and they start commanding. What allows us that once they have this awareness on cyber defense and cyber war and cyber defense can distribute it in the places where they command. We also have a conference at the transmissions on artificial defense and the military school of engineering and the materials of war school, so that the staff that has not been in contact with cybersecurity can learn about this topic and work on it once they graduate. And finally, cyber defense, its effect on national security that is given at the School of National Defense, where we train the higher commands of the Army, Air Force, and National Guard. And this is a good sign since it's in its strategic vision for colonels and generals. They're already taking into account cybersecurity and cyber defense applied to our nation. So this is a good sign that we are affecting the staff. And we have also participated in symposiums of the MIT, also to see what is the global panorama in terms of cybersecurity. We also carry out awareness campaigns. We have staff that due to their seniority or the time that they are in the army or for any other reason cannot continue advancing in the hierarchical scale or do not have the possibility to enter into a military education system to gain knowledge from a school. So that's why we have these awareness campaigns through an internet portal in the Cyberspace Operations Center. We publish infograms and security series on cybersecurity bulletins and news. And in the training has to generate a change in our staff. If we are able to change our staff, we know that this learning was significant. The difficult thing here is that not everybody has this basic knowledge in IT or access to it. So that's why we created this portal so that from the soldier to the general, they all have access to the campaigns, information, infograms, and little by little we can create that awareness within the staff. And likewise, in the last months, we have been able to train the staff of the hospitals of the Army and Air Force and National Guard to make them know that even within a hospital, in their daily tasks, they have contact with cyberspace. When this staff arrived, it was a pilot test on how to do these courses. The staff did not have the knowledge of cyberspace and that they had contact with cyberspace. Nevertheless, we created that awareness little by little and they started having doubts doubts and realized that, in fact, they have contact with cyberspace when they enter into the institutional systems and when they have a user and a password and when they're connected to the internet. And with this, they started to have doubts. And when they expressed them, they started to cure some vulnerabilities that they had in the hospitals, which means that we're advancing in the hospitals, not only with the technical staff, but also with the staff of other services like sanitation and war materials. And they have a contact with cyberspace and they need to know about this topic. This course was also given to the military industry staff that was only limited to their own area. But we started to give them these courses and to generate questions about what work they carry out. And then they started to talk about their doubts and generate doctrines within their areas and informing us about what they were doing. And also, within their comments, they asked if we had a campaign of an awareness campaign by the Secretary of National Defense to the outside. And I said that the National Guard has advanced quite a lot on this. The National Guard has some awareness campaigns, but for civil population, so that to avoid extortion, phishing, and all those campaigns of attacks to the citizens through the cyberspace. These courses, and in my comments you can see it, where they wanted the families of the military staff to have conscience about this. And so they started to introduce them as well, which is something in favor not only of the secretary, but at the national level to avoid our society to be vulnerable in those areas. And as conclusions, we can observe that with the creation of this was a step forward in cybersecurity. Nevertheless, the Secretary of National Defense also had this concern of the staff. The staff is the vital part of the Army and the National Guard, and they have to know everything that happens in cyberspace and give them the awareness to the culture of cybersecurity. And all this was focused on the human resources to avoid that through them we can affect the systems that the National Defense Secretary depends on. And as I said, we had programs on cybersecurity in the Center of Studies of Mexico and the military school and the IT directorate as well. And to reach the vision of 2050 of this secretariat, which is to become a secretariat that is technological, modern, that will allow all its staff to be at the vanguard in information technologies and use them in a safe way and be able to project themselves to the world as a trustworthy institution in every area. With this, I have finished. I don't know if there is any question.
Muchas gracias, Mayor Eduardo
Thank you
Julián,
very much, Eduardo Julián, for presenting
de la Secretaría de la
the
Defensa Nacional,
National
Centro de Operaciones
Defense
del
Secretariat and
Ciberespacio,
the
os eventos
Cyberspace
y las
Center of
medidas
Operations and the
prácticas
measures,
que
practical
están pasando
measures
ahora en
that you
Sedena.
have in Sedena.
Seguramente este contenido ha aportado a los objetivos de
You
nuestro
have
seminario.
contributed to the
Por
objectives
lástima,
of our
por
seminar.
cuestión del
Due to
límite de tiempo en nuestra
time
agenda,
constraints
sí
in our
tenemos
agenda,
preguntas, pero
we
no
have
será
questions,
posible
but it will
hacerlas
not be
ahora.
able
Si
to make
les
them now.
pasará por
So we are
correo
going to
en
send
el
them
momento oportuno.
through the email.
Mayor Raúl Fernando, en nombre de la Junta Interamericana
Raúl
de
Fernando,
Defensa, le
on behalf
agradezco
of the
por
IADB, we
compartir sus
thank you for
conocimientos y
sharing your
experiencias como integrante de las
knowledge
Fuerzas
and
Armadas de
experience
México.
of the
Muchas
Armed Forces
gracias
of Mexico.
y
Thank you very
un gran
much,
saludo
and a great salute
para usted.
to you. Thank you very much, Colonel.
A continuación, tenemos
To
ahora el
continue,
quinto tema,
we have now the fifth
el
topic,
cual será abordado por el
by Lieutenant Colonel Manfredo of the Army of Guatemala, who will present the topic, Strategic Panorama of the Cyber Threats in Latin America.
It is a pleasure to present Lieutenant Colonel of Infantry Otto Manfredo Rivera Fajardo, an officer from the Army of Guatemala, and he has a degree on Administration of Resources and Technology by the Polytechnical University, Galileo, and Master of Technology Information with a specialization on databases by the Galileo University, Master on Operational Management by the São Paulo University, and Master on Strategy and High Management by the São Paulo University, and he has a master's in public policy. He's currently studying in the Galileo University. He also works in the cyber defense area of the Brigade of Communications of the Army of Guatemala. I leave with you Lieutenant Colonel Rivera Fajardo.
Seu microfone está bloqueado, creio.
Your microphone is blocked, I believe.
Coronel Otto, não se escute seu áudio.
Oh, no, we cannot hear your audio, Lieutenant Colonel. We still cannot hear it.
Por esse caso, se tem mais de microfone, aí que
Maybe if you have more than one microphone, maybe you should select another one.
Todavia não temos áudio.
We still don't have an audio.
Aún não.
Not yet.
Aún não.
Not yet.
Todavia não.
Still don't have audio.
Todavia não é áudio. Aí no menu
There's
à
still no
esquerda.
audio. In the menu to the left under the screen, there's an icon for the audio, and you can select more than one microphone. Maybe that's what's happening.
Todavia não. Não. Não é áudio. Quer tentar desconectar-se
Would
e
you like to
acceder
try
outra
to
vez
disconnect and
à conferência?
try coming back into the conference, the Zoom conference again?
¿Me escucha ahí, mi coronel?
Can you hear me, Colonel? I can hear you clearly. Yes, now we have an audio. Thank you. Perfect. Well, I apologize. Maybe I had I was having technical difficulties there. It's okay, no problem. You just had to restart, and that usually always works. Hello to everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to share my screen. Please do. I appreciate the IADB or this invitation to participate in this activity, this academic activity. The topic of my presentation is the strategic overview of the cyber threats in Latin America. The objectives that I have is basically to analyze the current state of the threats, the cyber threats in Latin America. And it mentions a part of Ireland, which is not part of Latin America, but it's important to know about this topic, some statistics, stakeholders, implications, and to propose some strategic lines for cyber defense and some activities that Guatemala has done. In the global context, the colonial pipeline that was affected in the United States, this affected the fuel supply, and this was very impactful for this country. Also in Ireland, in the health service was affected by economic damage of $83.75 million. And the system was affected, the appointments, the surgeries, and many other activities in the health service. This is, of course, not of Latin America, but one can see the impact that it can have in our countries. It is also important that we also touch on the topic of what happened in Costa Rica with Conti Group, because it attacked several public institutions, the Ministry of Finance, and it was demanding $1 million. And it compromised a lot of institutions, and a national emergency was created because of this cyber attack. Also, Peru had an attack during this campaign with similar threats. And basically, it was during the beginning of the war of Russia and Ukraine. We have detected 2,100 victims. Well, the FBI has identified this amount of victims of ransomware in critical sectors. And also, there's almost $60 million of attacks due to ransomware have been affected. Also in Latin America, organizations are reporting incidents of cybersecurity by 69%, and 96% acknowledges ransomware as the main threat. There's almost 1 million attempts of ransomware attacks between June 2023 and 2024. So approximately it's 3,200 attacks daily. This is more than 15% of victims in extortion sites and 38% of ads of access brokers in Latin America. There's some statistics on ransomware by the SOC radar, and more than 1,400 attacks of ransomware have occurred in Latin America in 2023. More than 800 attacks directed to governments. The proportion of per country of attacks is Brazil is first, then Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and Guatemala is at 3.4%. The most attacked sectors in Latin America are the government and public administration institutions, IT and telecommunications, finances and insurances, all of the manufacturing industry, transportation and logistics, and health sector. As we can see, these are critical infrastructures of all of our countries. Within the security gaps that Latin America has, we can see the data of company maturity. 65% considers that their budget of cybersecurity is insufficient, so they need to invest more. Only 50% uses it, and 23% has some cyber insurance if that exists in their country. Only 88% uses some type of firewall. 88% 80% uses VPN, and 64% uses anti-malware. These are sources provided by Estet or Batuta. Then, as far as the threat actors in Latin America, we can mention organized cybercrime, local organized cybercrime, ransomware as a service, access brokers, APT sponsored by the states, political and ideological hacktivism, and insiders, which are like employees with real access, legitimate access. The types of attacks that are more frequent, we have here ransomware, where there's spreading of information, the phishing and spear phishing, which is still the most important threat to infiltrate. Also the company emails, one of the most expensive attacks for governments, DDoS attacks to use public portals, then infiltration and exfiltration of information, including military documents, and the attacks to systems, industrial systems, and SCADA, which may affect energy, water, or transportation. What's concerning is that all of these vectors can be combined in coordinated attacks, like in a hybrid modern war. In the cases that we can highlight of Latin America, in Brazil, the electoral and judicial systems that have been attacked with a lot of frequency, and also in Mexico, the Guacamaya leaks filtrated a lot of information. Colombia, the Ministry of Defense and Health have suffered attacks. In Chile, the system, the tax system, and the Supreme Court. In Guatemala, we've had some government institutions that have been attacked due to ransomware and phishing. So within the implications for national security, these threats have direct implications for the security of the state. If one system is affected, the population suffers directly. There's a lack of laws and also critical infrastructure. There's an investment of less than 1% in the budget. There's some obsolete infrastructures. There's a scarcity of talent that is specialized in cyber defense, and not just scarcity, but also a lot of loss of talent because they leave the country. A high dependency of foreign vendors. Of course, the trust on the state is going to diminish. If a country doesn't have capabilities, then it is deemed as vulnerable, as an easy target. Then among the resources, the strategic risk, there's a paralyzing of essential services, interruption of command and control, and the ongoing geopolitical risk. There's a minimum investment in technology and a growing dependency of the vendors, as we had mentioned previously. Then as far as the projections for 2025 to 2030, for future trends, So most of the activity for ransomware with more than 20% annually estimated, the AI used to perpetrate attacks, the growth on state APT, also attacks to IoT, SCADA, transportation, and satellites, and also the integration on hybrid wars. Hybrid wars is cyber attacks, psychological operations have to do with this. So the cyberspace can become a really essential component for national defense. Here in Guatemala, in our organization, we have the Communications Brigade of the Army of Guatemala. The org chart has a first commander, second commander, third commander. We have the transmissions battalion. We have a school, a regional school for communication and cyber defense, and the cyber defense battalion, which is I'm in charge of this, and it has the proactive defense company and the active defense group. And within this battalion, we monitor our infrastructure, our cyber infrastructure of the Army, and we have these statistics from 1st of January to December 3rd. We've had 111 million threats. We have malware, phishing, command and control, crypto mining. So within the activities that have been carried out, we have participated in the Santam Guardian with the cyber exercise of 2025. This was of a lot of importance for us, the exercise Defense of the South. The Guatemala president and also the National Ministry of Defense, the ambassador of the United States and the Taiwan ambassador came to the inauguration of this exercise, which we do it together with the South Command and the National Guard of Arkansas. And many people participated from public and private institutions from Guatemala and other countries that joined virtually. We are planning together to participate in the next defense exercise of 2026, which will be carried out in April of 2026. And also we have participated in different academic events such as symposiums. Here we are in the symposium of comprehensive management of cybersecurity. And also we have done courses on cyber defense in the different academies of the country. Also, the participation as part of the CEFAC. Guatemala participated in the second specialized activity of cybersecurity and cyber defense, as mentioned by the prior presenter. Also, we created mechanisms of cooperation in El Salvador, and Guatemala has created virtual courses. Virtual courses have already been created for the member countries in the topic of cybersecurity and cyber defense. Also this year, we published the doctrine on cyber defense. We're working on the creation of the policy for cyber defense so that we can publish it at a country level. We trained 2 higher officers in the William J. Perry Institute Center, and also we started preparing the catalog of critical infrastructure, and this is being led by the Army of Guatemala. And also within the plan that we have for all of the brigades and military sectors of the country, there's a plan on awareness in the topic of cyber defense and cybersecurity. In this awareness plan, we gather all the personnel and we give them an orientation where we make them aware on the proper use of emails, of internet, of the networks, how to get connected. And as part of this plan, we do some exercises so that we can avoid them getting connected to dangerous sites. And we participated recently also in the 8th edition of the International Forum of Cybersecurity. This is part of the Ibero-American Cyber Defense Forum, and Guatemala is part of this. We participated in Mexico. Mexico participated, Spain, Paraguay. Within the strategic recommendations for the states and armed forces that we can present so far is the importance of creating laws on cybersecurity and critical infrastructure nationally. Some countries keep them in a single law. In Guatemala, for example, we have them as initiatives of law. The law of cybersecurity still needs to have its last reading in order to be approved. Also, the law on critical infrastructure is pending approval. Another development, another recommendation is to the National Center of Cyber Defense, to create these centers to also generate more certifications, more training with the personnel. There's a lot of talent loss. And this is inevitable in all of the countries in the meetings that we have participated in. Most countries have this problem, but we always have to certify people so that their activities are good, and also the adoption of zero trust and AI for defense, also to deepen on international cooperation, especially for those who are members of CEVAC, the IADB, the OAS, NATO, also to increase international cooperation and also the sustainable investment on the long term. Without those actions, the region will continue being an easy target for criminals and also for so as a conclusion, Latin America is a highly attacked region and the less prepared region. They're at risk. The actors are ever more sophisticated, more aggressive with the use of AI. The ransomware doesn't just affect computers, it affects hospitals, airports, energy, and governments. And we have to understand that cybersecurity has become national security. We have to strengthen cyber defense because it's not just an option, but it is an obligation. And it has to be consolidated as a military strategic domain because now we not only have operations in land, sea, and air or the space, now we have the cyberspace. So from Guatemala, that's it. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have any questions.
Muchas gracias, Tenente Coronel Otto Manfredo.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Manfredo, for presenting this overview, the cyber topics of Latin America, and also the solutions to counteract the problems that we have. Of course, the challenges are really common. This content has helped our objectives in this seminar, and it has been a pleasure to work with you again since we had our exercise last year in the capital of your country. Also, I think I've seen you in one of the pictures of the presentation of Major from Honduras, Major Fernandez from Honduras in the CEPAC event. Yes, we were there. So it is a very small universe, even from different countries. The people start knowing each other because the scarcity of personnel, always the same people go to the events and to the exercises. So in a very short time, we are starting to get to know the people who are sharing the initiatives with us. So that's very peculiar to me. So, Lieutenant Colonel Manfredo, I thank you in the name of the IADB for sharing your knowledge and your experiences as a member of the Armed Forces of Guatemala in the cybernetic aspect of your country. Thank you very much, and I salute you. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. It was nice greeting you. Thank you.
As a sixth topic that is going to be carried out by Carlos Jordan, captain of the Armed Forces of Guyana, that will talk about the establishment of the Cyber Defense Unit.
It's my pleasure to introduce you, Captain Carlos Nicholas Jordan from Guyana Defense Force and current officer commanding at the Cyber Defense Unit. He has a bachelor degree in engineering in science and technology of weaponry and at the Army Officer Academy, China, a Bachelor of Military Science in Air Defense and Aircraft Gun Element Command at the Air Defense Force Academy, China, a master's degree in Artificial Intelligence, Model Management and Implementation at Structuralia Engineering e-Learning, and an ongoing master's degree in cybersecurity at Structuralia Engineering e-Learning. I introduce to you Captain Carlos Jordan. we have your cam. You can start your presentation at any moment. Welcome again.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just confirming that you can see my screen.
Yeah, to
My
have your
presentation is up.
screen in full screen and your audio also. We are clear to go.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Sir, thank you for those kind words in your introduction. I am Captain Carlos Jordan from the Guyana Defense Force. Today, I will be delivering a presentation on the Cyber Defense Unit of the Guyana Defense Force, of which I am the officer commanding. In this presentation, I will take you through the history of the Cyber Defense Unit, which starts with our Information Technology Department, the origin of the Cyber Defense Unit, how we established this unit, our current operations, and what we plan to do. And sorry, what we plan to do in the future as a unit within the Guyana Defense Force. Now, in the early days of the Guyana Defense Force, information technology and everything related to it was handled by the Information Technology Department within Signal Corps. This entailed setting up our infrastructure across the entirety of the force. Now, I know that Guyana does not seem to be a large country, and while geographically it is not very large, our terrain causes us to encounter unique challenges. What I'm referring to here specifically are our jungle terrain and how difficult it is to navigate to those far-reaching places. So establishing information technology infrastructure across the entirety of the nation for the military was not easy. However, all of this was handled by the Information Technology Department. They built out the infrastructure, set up our network, our hardware, software, everything across the entirety of the force. Now, this entailed also dealing with our cybersecurity needs and our cyber defense needs. This part of the operation did not provide as much of a challenge in the early days because we did not host a lot of our operations online. However, over time, naturally, the Guyana Defense Force grew and we developed. That would be in terms of size and technology. That being the case, the force recognized that digitization demanded a specialized cybersecurity department. This came about because while we still, even today, we have a large part of our operations being handled through a paper-based system, we have also moved a large part of the operations to the digital world. Things like our human resource management, fleet management, and other systems. That being the case, cybersecurity and cyber defense became a necessity. And that necessity arose not only from the force, but from the nation at large. What I mean here is that the military, in order to execute its mandates, must also be able to provide defense for the country in all domains, including the digital domain. So with that being the case, the need for the cyber defense unit was recognized, and it was directed by the leadership of our force to be established. In 2020, this directive was issued and consultations began with the National Data Management Authority and our international partners. We've been fortunate to be helped, to be assisted, not only in the local environment by local stakeholders who understand the cyber domain, but also by international partners who have a wealth of knowledge and experience. And this year, 2025, in January, the Cyber Defense Unit was officially established with not as many members as we would have hoped for, but we have personnel sufficient to man the Cyber Defense Unit. And we continue to build on that. Now, how did we go about establishing this unit? In fact, the process to establish this unit began even before the directive was issued in 2020. The Information Technology Department had recognized that they needed assistance to handle cybersecurity within the force, because while they had the knowledge to deal with everything information technology related, cybersecurity was a bit different. The frame of mind required to handle security was a bit different from that of executing information technology mandates. However, in 2020, we formally started this process. In starting this process, we consulted firstly with the National Data Management Authority so that we could understand where the government of Guyana was in terms of their frameworks, platforms, and what they expected to see in terms of cybersecurity. Simultaneously, we engaged our partners, our international partners, who we knew had the experience to help us not only set up this unit, but ensure that when it was set up, it would be robust and it would be able to handle any of the challenges that we would face coming from the cyber domain. With the National Data Management Authority, we sought to understand the laws of Guyana with regard to cybersecurity, how to manage our data, how to provide security and privacy for our end users. We also established what we wanted to see with regard to our alignment with the government of Guyana and how it viewed cybersecurity. Here we settled on the NIST cybersecurity framework with the concept of defense in depth in mind. Also, we looked at some of our gaps and decided on where we would look to build out first in order to ensure that as we go along, we do not miss any key components for our robust unit. Importantly here were our international partners with whom we engaged simultaneously. The international partners helped us along tremendously. Here, they helped us with structure, what we may need firstly to have in place to be able to defend our networks and guide our information technology department on best practices when they're installing the infrastructure and devices to go along with those infrastructure. For example, something as basic, or depending on which it is, not so basic as our firewalls, right? But we needed to go much more in depth than that. And here I'm referring to our SIEMs solutions, SOAR, etc. So working with our international partners, we got through what we expected to see with our structure, the structure for this unit. And we went through several iterations of the structure. Building on what we received from our international partners, we built out several policies, some of which I have listed on the screen. So our password, email, internet usage, antivirus, device usage policies, etc. But what is not here and what we really worked to build through was how we would use the NIST framework and how we would involve the defense in-depth concept to ensure that we have robust cyber defense. So in the background on our own, we got the structure through the review process, and we worked with, again, heading back to NDMA, the National Data Management Authority, to ensure that everything aligned very well with the government of Guyana's expectations. And moving from there, we went straight into operating with our regional partners in regional exercises. So this year, we were very privileged to be a part of Southern Defenders, which was part of the exercise Tradewind 2025 exercise. This was conducted in Bermuda, and we were given the opportunity to work along with members from US Southcom and members from the regional security system, countries like Bahamas, Antigua and Barbuda, etc. So this, and actually even, this gave us the opportunity to see how our partner nations are developing their cyber defense units, what they're doing in cybersecurity, how we can assist them, and how they can assist us in, hopefully, we don't get there times of crises. And we were able to network with our other forces, our partner forces, to see where these gaps are and how we can assist. And even today, we remain in contact with them. Now, importantly, on the home front, the unit had set up force-wide training for all members of the force who are expected to engage with our information technology assets and anything that will be digital, anything that will be internet facing. And this course covered the laws of Guyana, our force policies, how to protect yourself as a military personnel and as an end user of these devices. Now, the intent with this training was to ensure that everyone who goes onto a system will be able to use that system safely, securely, guaranteeing the privacy of the end user's data. This training was set up at the end of last year, so it was one of our earlier successes, because as we were working towards becoming a formalized unit, we were still having outputs. That is to say, we worked on doctrine, we worked on policies, and we worked on the cybersecurity training course way before the unit was formalized. So by the time of formalization, we already had things in place. And in fact, after formalization, we were able to go through our cycle of force-wide training and revamped that course. So the course was tailored even more to handle the context of the Guyana Defense Force and our expectations within our context. Now, beyond that, which is now very important to us, is ensuring that all of our members, all of our personnel within the cyber defense unit are adequately trained, and beyond adequately trained for that matter. So every single member of the unit, even though they already have backgrounds in cybersecurity, they have continued their training. This is military training and training from civilian courses, right? Various things like Hack the Box is a good example. And we intend to have all of our current personnel be trained in a technical sense. Now, yes, we have people who will be handling policy, but because of the size of our unit, it's fairly small. We have to ensure that all of our personnel are able to handle technical issues. So we will continue to have development for every person who is within the cyber defense unit. Now, what do we plan for the future? The very first thing is universal training. What do I mean by this? We intend to have our current cybersecurity training framework extend across the entirety of the force. So all force members, regardless of if you will be engaged with our systems or not, will be provided with cybersecurity training at all levels. This will be our military and civilian personnel. The reason for this is that while you may not be engaging with our devices, we recognize that every single member of the force may become a vector for attack by threat actors. That being the case, we recognize that it is of the utmost importance to ensure that individuals are able to protect themselves in the cyber domain. They must be able to understand how to protect their privacy when they're online, how threat actors may attempt to use them to get into the networks of the Ghana Defense Force. We teach them how to operate within also the policies of the GDF when you connect to our networks. So we are trying to protect every user, regardless of how they engage with our systems at the simplest level and at the most advanced level. So that is something we're hoping to get going by next year, 2026. And I am certain that we'll be successful in doing that. Another important part of what we plan to do is expand the unit. Now, while we will be expanding in our talent and the personnel, we will also expand with regard to our infrastructure and what we have available to us. Being a new unit, there's still a lot of growth in that area that is required. So we still need larger spaces, more equipment, and as it is, our equipment is enough to handle what we have before us. But as the need for the force expands, then also that equipment base, whether it's hardware, software, will necessarily need to be expanded at the unit level. Now, with regard to talent, we expect to reach a total number of around 80 or so for the unit, but this will be a slow process. And importantly, as I mentioned earlier, we will be expanding with technical personnel at the beginning. The reason for this, as I mentioned earlier as well, we need to have people who can handle any situation. And as we get to stages where you need to handle more things that are more policy oriented, to answer not only policy questions, but legal questions, questions relating to doctrine, we will either transition some of our technical people, or we will hire more people, recruit more talent to deal with those specific issues. But as it stands, we will be recruiting with regard to our technical skilled personnel. And lastly, but most importantly, we want to expand to be able to support agencies, organizations at a national level. This, of course, will be done in collaboration with the National Data Management Authority. We hope to be able to assist them in not only defending the networks of all government agencies and any other sector across the country that may require our service, but we also hope to help them with the training and response to crises if any of those should arise across the country. So that was an overview of what we have done in the Guyana Defense Force. As a small force, moving from an information technology department, from having only that, executing all of our functions with regard to information technology, building out our infrastructure, ensuring our hardware, software, everything is in place, moving through the stages of digitization, recognizing where we were, where we need to be, and formalizing the cyber defense unit, which will ultimately be responsible for handling all cyber defense related issues within the Guyana Defense Force. So thank you very much for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Carlos Jordan, for your clear presentation and for sharing such relevant insights on this topic. We appreciate your effort. And as our schedule allows us to have a window for a question, we have a question here. If you allow us asking you, let me do. What challenge have you faced in the process of establishing the cyber defense unit?
Thank you very much, sir. We faced two main challenges. The first one is that we were coming from a place where we did not have a lot of experience in cybersecurity. We did not have a lot of experience in cyber defense. Now, that being the case, it meant that we had to reach out to partners, local stakeholders, and international partners to assist us in this development process. So it was a major challenge knowing exactly which partners to reach out to and how they would assist us. Luckily for us, our local stakeholders, they had a fair bit of experience. They had been set up for a while, so they understood the local landscape in terms of our government expectations, government of Guyana expectations, the frameworks that were being used in the local domain, the threats, very importantly, the threats that we were already facing in Guyana. So they were able to provide a lot of advice and guidance in that regard. Right. And with our international partners, they also were able to draw on a different set of experience. They were people who already were accustomed to responding to a lot of threats in the cyber domain from actors with a lot of resources, a lot of time, and a lot of capability on their hands. So all of those experiences together helped us to overcome that first challenge of not knowing what exactly to expect in the cyber defense domain, being different from information technology and the requirements for information technology. Now, the other major challenge we face, and I would say that we are still facing, is personnel. It is not easy to take personnel from anywhere within the force and bring them to the cyber defense unit, because being in this unit requires a different understanding of what technology is, how it should be used, and how we defend ourselves against bad actors, and having the inclination to develop a certain set of skills. So personnel is the major issue that we face now. We have some skilled persons who were already in the Ghana Defense Force. We drew on their experience and we pulled them into the unit. So our option for expanding as it is will be, we have more people within the Ghana Defense Force who already are inclined in that direction, who already have a love for cybersecurity and have some amount of skill in cybersecurity. And then to pull through collaborations with our institutions here, for example, the University of Guyana, to pull skilled people coming from their information technology programs who have the requisite skills and attitudes and aptitudes to be a part of the Guyana Defense Force, and more specifically, the Cyber Defense Unit within the Guyana Defense Force. So those two things, I would say, have been our greatest challenges. Nevertheless, we have solutions for those challenges.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Your remark, your answer was very comprehensive. Thank you so much for that. And
thank you, sir.
We recognize the effort, and the effort to establish a cyber defense unit is remarkable indeed. Your case of success surely can provide some good insights to the audience. So, Captain Carlos Jordan, in the name of the Inter-America Defense Board, I want to thank you for sharing your knowledge and your experience at the Guyana Defense Force. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Agora tendremos recesso de 15 minutos.
Now we will have a 15-minute break, and we will come back at 12:40 DC hour with our seventh conference member. See you soon.
Tras este segundo e último intervalo, seguimos agora com o sétimo tema, o qual será abordado por el capitão de fragata.
We continue with the
Félix
seventh
Manuel
topic,
Gutierrez
which will be
de la Armada de
presented
República
by
Dominicana,
Felix Manuel
que nos
Gutierrez
presentará
Cruz
tema
from the Dominican
de la
Republic, and he will be
estrategia a la
presenting the topic from strategy to action
exitosa
in successful implementation of the national strategy of cybersecurity and cyber defense of the Dominican Republic. It is a pleasure that Captain Felix Manuel Gutierrez Cruz is here presenting. He has a degree of naval sciences, a degree in computer programming and information systems by the Amindeo Speak College, a master's by the Antonio University of Nebrija, and a master of strategic studies by the Naval College of the United States. Currently, he is a cybersecurity and cyber defense director of the Center of Command and Control, Cybersecurity Intelligence, C5I of the Armed Forces of Dominican Republic. So here is Captain Felix Gutierrez with you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the IADB. In the name of our Minister of Defense, Carlos Antonio, and the General of Brigade Pilot Barrera, who is our General Director here in the C51. We thank you for the information and the opportunity of sharing our experience as far as the application and implementation of our national strategy of cybersecurity. Next, I'm going to share with you my presentation.
La tenemos en ventana.
We have it on the screen.
Me dice mi coronel si la puede visualizar.
Colonel, can you
Sí,
tell
en
me if you
pantalla
can see it? Yes, I can see it in full screen.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Por cuestiones de tiempo, sé que
Due to
solamente
time, I know that we only have about 30 minutes, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible
espacios, cualquier pregunta que tenga.
so that we can address any question that the audience has. The agenda that we will have will be a brief intervention. I'm going to talk about the strategic framework for cybersecurity and cyber defense. I'm going to talk about how we implemented our national strategy of cybersecurity. And then I'm going to talk about future challenges and conclusions.
Bueno, el entorno geopolítico actual.
In the geopolitical environment that we have in the Dominican Republic and also the advances there have been in the cybercrime, we've seen how the emerging technologies are making the cyber attackers acquire new capabilities, new techniques, and new procedures. So specifically being focused on the threats, persistent and advanced threats, these groups that operate independently, such as, and they can also be linked to a state. This geopolitical environment is what makes the Dominican Republic want to create this policy, national policy. So from 2020 to the present moment, we can see how cyber attacks, the attempts of cyber attacks have been increasing exponentially. So to protect digital sovereignty is something absolutely necessary in order to present the economic development of all of the citizens of the Dominican Republic. Our president, in the last accountability speech, he highlights all of the milestones reached on cybersecurity by the Dominican Republic, and we are a reference in the region in the matter of prevention.
Cybersecurity Index. The e-governance.
So according to the National Security Index in the e-governance Academy of Estonia, these were the results. So what is the strategic approach of the Dominican state as far as the technologies of the information and communication? The vision of the President Luis Abinader as far as public policies of cybersecurity and cyber defense, from highest level, there is an intention to implement the policies, and it is based on three essential pillars, which are innovation, transformation, digital transformation, and lastly, cybersecurity. Innovation and digital transformation have advanced hand in hand. The Dominican Republic has been closing the digital gap every day. We're adding up more and more citizens who were not connected before to internet, to the cyberspace. They didn't have access to a connection to these technologies. We're having more and more citizens that are now connected, and therefore this connection creates a wider vulnerability that needs to be monitored and secured. This is why cybersecurity, which is one of the essential pillars of what the intention of the policy of the highest level of the Dominican state refers to. So it's cybersecurity for technology is a topic of national security, and it is an essential part for economic stability, not just for the Dominican Republic, but for any country. So how did the Dominican state work on these three pillars? The Dominican state has the Digital Agenda 2030, which is focused on three specific fields, which is governance and norms, connectivity and access, digital governance, education and digital capabilities, and digital economy. So all of these approaches go hand in hand with technological innovation. As far as connectivity and access, this goes hand in hand with technological innovation. So cybersecurity is a cross-cutting access that is present in all of these fields and in technological innovation as well. So cybersecurity is a cross-cutting access, and in this Agenda 2030, the approach of this agenda is a national reference. It has been recognized in the region because of how it addresses these topics and how it implements this policy. In 2018, when we had the first strategy of cybersecurity, this is where we created this National Center of Cybersecurity that is in charge of governance to generate all of the public policies that the Dominican state was going to implement in the public sector and in the private sector as well. In 2022, this national strategy was updated, and the decree was issued, which is the National Strategy of Security 2030. This decree was the 313/22. So it expands on the approaches of the first strategy of cybersecurity, and it reinforces the role that the National Center of Cybersecurity has as far as the implementation of that public policy on cybersecurity for the Dominican state. This implementation of this strategy of cybersecurity has brought the Dominican Republic to come and applied several positions in their ranks for the National Index of Security to be in different levels at that rank. So in the National Index of Cybersecurity, also we managed to reach several positions. Also, the Dominican Republic was selected for the Center of Cyber Capabilities of Latin America and the Caribbean by the European Union. The Dominican Republic also has the vice presidency of the work group of measures for building confidence in the cyberspace of the OAS. So as we can see, this focus on cybersecurity, of protection of data, of civil assets, privacy, so this has helped the Dominican Republic to be well positioned at an international level. What does this create? It creates the Directors Council of the Cybersecurity National Center. So these institutions are members, and we have meted the Defense Ministry and the police, the National Intelligence Agency, the Central Bank, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How do we visualize the application of this model of governance? As you can see here, what's highlighted in red is the technical committee, the interinstitutional committee, which is formed by those 9 institutions, and each of them have a CSIR defense. The central bank has SPRIX, and the National Center of Cybersecurity has the government CCERT. So these are sectorial CCERTs that are focused on different fields of national defense. So for cybercrimes, we have the National Police and the National Agency for Investigations, who is in charge of prosecuting these type of cybercrimes. So at an international level, these are the operations that we have with different organs and international states as far as cybersecurity goes. Then as far as cyber defense, the Constitution, our organic law, the law of crimes, the technology crimes, we have like a whole legal framework that without a doubt creates military importance, provides a military importance for the Ministry of Defense. So for the armed forces, obviously this is a high priority topic to counteract all of the criminal activities in the cyberspace that attack national interests. So the cyber criminals are just looking for an economic interest to damage an institution, do activism, etc. But also there's groups that can be linked to a state. So obviously the Ministry of Defense has this as one of the main objectives in their approach as far as national defense. So what generated that strategy of cybersecurity and the framework? The Ministry of Defense created the C5I, which was created in the quarters number 35 of the Ministry of Defense. And this was created in the year 2019, when the world was going through the effects of the pandemic. And I have here a picture of the authorities when it was inaugurated. And as you can see, immediately after the command center and the control center was inaugurated, the C5I of the armed forces, the pandemic immediately put it to the test. So this is the chain of command. We have the President of the Republic, the Minister, and the General Director, who is responding directly to the Minister. The C5I has a General Director and an Executive Director, an Intelligence, Operations, Technology Director, the Cybersecurity and Cyber Defense, the Communications, and also for systems, self-navigating systems. So this has as a strategic objective to strengthen the national strategy to modernize the systems of the armed forces. We have the Joint Cyber Command of the operations, which is carried out by the C5I, and also to drive the creation of units for response to incidents in each of the instances of the Ministry of Defense as executors of the C5I. So the strategic objectives, we are aligned to the national strategy of cybersecurity that allows to strengthen the capabilities, the strengthening of the legal framework, research and development of the industry of cybersecurity, and public and private alliances. Here in the C5I, it's the dome of protection, we call it. Within this dome, we have the main responses where we coordinate all of the operations, joint operations that are being executed in the different dependencies to counteract threats, physical threats or cyber threats. As far as the doctrine of the armed forces, we consider the cyberspace to be a fifth domain. We had traditional domains, land, water, air, and space, and now we have a cyberspace. As mentioned before, this is a cross-cutting domain. Directly or indirectly, it touches or interacts with the other environment. So any threat, any incident that occurs in the cyberspace can have a repercussion in the physical world. So therefore, it is a military duty to maintain a monitoring and to investigate any situation that occurs in this domain. The cybersecurity direction, we are responsible of protecting, detecting, and responding to any incident that threatens the digital security of all the dependencies of the Ministry of Defense. It's worth highlighting that we're not just focusing on incidents of the dependencies, but also of all of the institutions, government institutions that are considered as critical infrastructures. So we provide monitoring as well and support to the national CSIRT to mitigate any situation. We are constantly supervising 24/7 from the 31 sections that are direct sections of the Ministry of Defense. And we produce about 10 products, reports, alerts.
Esta es la estructura de la Dirección de Ciberseguridad y Ciberdefensa. El señor director.
This is the structure of the Center of National Cyber Defense. We have our director, myself, a sub-director, and there's other 4 areas of coordination. SOCNOC, CTI. The CSIRT is the unity that is in charge. Whenever there's a cyber incident in any of the dependencies in the defense sector, they are in charge of managing and responding to that incident. They also do research, they investigate any attacks, and they help to develop protocols and lessons learned to disseminate them to our community. Lastly, they also coordinate recovery actions in order to ensure continuity, the critical continuity of our dependencies. We have also SOCNOC, the coordination on the Center of Operations. This is the heart of the direction of cybersecurity and cyber defense. We monitor all of these sensors that we have disseminated at a national level in our dependencies. monitoring and supervising the network traffic, events, and the rest to mitigate and prevent any attempts of cyber attack. Together with the CCERT, it guarantees the availability of the networks and the critical services. Also, they coordinate the management of incidents and ensure objectivity, working tightly with the CCERT. The CTI, or the Subdirection of Intelligence of Threats, is in charge of collecting intelligence in the web. They identify, analyze, and evaluate any emerging threats. They produce actionable intelligence for the high commands, and they also generate strategic information for important decision making. Also, they generate like trend studies and the capabilities that the enemy has in the cyber space. Also, we integrate cybersecurity to the whole process of development and implementation of any tool that is going to be used in the defense sector. And also they are in charge for keeping adequate quality control, and that they are being developed holistically with a holistic vision of the process of guaranteeing the security of all of the information that is going to be transmitted and that is going to be used in these systems. This is an example of the products that we create here. These are examples of reports, alerts, vulnerability reports that we carry out and that we issue frequently to our community. Here are some of our strategic alliances: the South Command, Spain, some local, other are international. What challenges do we see now currently? So the scarcity of personnel and also the loss of talent. So we have created the Center of Academic Excellence of the C5I. So these courses that I'm mentioning here, we have been giving these courses, but depending on the demand, the dependencies would request the training and we would move. And we adopted a training program. And the University of Defense also, we give a course, and all of those teachers, the facilitators, are analysts from here, from the Direction of Cybersecurity and Cyber Defense of the C5I. So our general, Commander Reynoso Barrera, has decided to create the Center of Academic Excellence and Technological Innovation to provide that training here in the C5I. So this would make it easier. Not only that they receive a higher quality training, but also it is possible that the practical exercises that are so necessary in this technological area, they can do it hands-on immediately here in the C5I. So to conclude, I would like to say that these types of things are incredibly important because it helps us to create an awareness on cybersecurity that is normalized. So throughout all of the members that are part of the IADB. So therefore, we can create some type of cyber shield, inter-American cyber shield, through collaboration, through joint work and exchange of experiences, techniques, procedures, tactics, and this is how we can consolidate this very efficient defense against current threats among all of the member countries. So I appreciate this opportunity of sharing this experience in the implementation of our strategy of cybersecurity in the Dominican Republic. And I'm open to respond any type of question that you may have, the people who are hearing us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Capitán Félix.
Thank you, Captain Felix, for explaining to us your national strategy of your country on cyber defense, its structure, and the initiative of having this integrated C5I center, which is really a very modern concept, and it can serve as an example for our environment as a case of success in concrete because of the efficiency that it can provide and the savings on the budget that can be reached. So I think it will surely be an example for other countries. Unfortunately, there's no more time for questions, but I thank you again, Captain Felix, in the name of the IADB. I thank you for sharing your knowledge and experiences as a member of the Armed Forces of the Dominican Republic. Thank you, and I salute you. Thank you.
Seguimos ahora con el octavo tema.
We're going to continue with the eighth topic, which will be addressed by Colonel
de la Fuerza Aérea de Ecuador, quien nos presentará el tema fortalecimiento del Comando de Ciberdefensa del Comando Conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas de Ecuador.
By Jairo Ernesto Montenegro. It is a pleasure. Here is Colonel Jairo Ernesto Montenegro Puga, officer of the Ecuadorian Air Force. He has done the following courses:
Monitoreo y gestión de sistemas de comunicaciones radares, curso de estudios avançados de competências e habilidades para direcção e estratégia militar, curso de asesor internacional geopolítico y de ciberseguridad, y el curso de políticas cibernéticas y la IA aplicada a la defensa. Actualmente es el jefe de operaciones del Comando de Ciberdefensa del Comando Conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas de Ecuador. Dejo con ustedes el coronel Jairo Montenegro.
Muy buenas tardes, permiso, mi coronel. Muchas gracias por esa amable presentación. Quisiera confirmar, por favor, si me escuchan.
Alto y claro.
Gracias, mi coronel.
Sí que le escucho. Sí.
Gracias. Igualmente, por favor, si me confirma si estoy con la presentación.
Tenemos su presentación en pantalla completa. Gracias.
Gracias. Ante todo, quiero extender un saludo de parte de mi brigadier, de mi general del ejército,
Henry Delgado Salvador, head of the Joint Command of the Armed Forces, as well as the Brigadier General Armando Rojas, commander of the Cyber Defense. And it is a pleasure to be able to share with you the experiences that we have had in the strengthening of cyber defense in our country, especially focused on everything related to the protection and defense of the digital unit of the armed forces.
Se corta un poco su audio.
And I am going to
A ver.
Es que parece que estamos perdiendo su sonido.
It seems that the sound has gone.
Por favor, ahí sí tal vez me escucha.
Ahora sí, otra vez.
Gracias. Expondré brevemente lo que es la misión fundamental del
I'm
Comando de
going to talk about the
Ciberdefensa,
fundamental
los avances que hemos
mission
tenido
of
en
the
la parte
Cyber
normativa a
Defense
nivel
Command,
nacional,
the normative
también
or
la
legal
la
advances,
estructura
the
organizacional
organizational
que
structure
ha asumido
that
el Comando
we have
Conjunto en el ámbito de
undertaken as the
ciberdefensa
joint
para
command of cyber
asumir las
defense to
responsabilidades en la
undertake the
defensa del
responsibilities in
ciberespacio, las
cyberspace
capacidades y
defense
retos
and the
que hemos
capacities and
tenido en este
challenges that we
trayecto
have faced
de casi 11
of
años de
almost
trabajo
11 years of
desde que se
work
implementó la
since we
ciberdefensa
implemented cyber
y
defense.
unas
And
reflexiones
final
finales.
reflections.
El entorno de operaciones
The
militares, como vemos, ha
surroundings
tenido un
or
cambio
the
vertiginoso
environment
en esta
has
última
had
década.
an
En
increasing
los dominios
change in the
terrestre,
last
naval,
decade.
aéreo,
The
el
air,
ciberespacio,
land, and sea
se ha
domains
incrementado
have
el uso de
increased,
medios y
and the
recursos
use of
tecnológicos
means and technology has
de
also
manera
increased
importante.
in an important manner.
Para el cumplimiento de la misma,
For the
con
compliance
elementos
of
y componentes críticos para su operación.
our goals
Pero
and
así
its
también
critical
se
components in
ha
its operation.
incrementado
And we
las
have
nuevas
also
que son
increased,
altamente
we have
complejas
also
y
seen an increase
persistentes.
in the
De ahí
threats.
que el dominio
And the
ciberespacial viene
cyberspace
transversal
domain is
a los
streamlines
otros
into
dominios
all
y
the other domains,
también
and
presente en
also
todos los niveles de
presents
conducción
is
táctico,
presented in all
operacional,
the levels,
estratégico.
strategic,
Requiere
operational, and
contar con
tactical, and requires
capacidades
to
y una
have the
estructura que permita
capacities and a
contribuir
structure that
con la
allows to
confiabilidad,
contribute to
integridad
the
y disponibilidad de la
integrity and
información,
reliability,
en
and
especial en los
especially
componentes que
in
han
the
sido
components that have
identificados
been
y
identified
catalogados
and
como
cataloged
críticos
as
para la
critical
defensa,
for defense,
integrando un componente que
integrating
cada vez es
a
más
component that
importante,
is more
la
important every time
interoperabilidad
in
entre
the
todos estos
interoperability
recursos y
among all
medios
these
tecnológicos que se
resources
han
and
integrado.
technological means.
Además de esto,
And
como
besides all
Comando de
this, as
Ciberdefensa,
the Cyber
se nos
Defense
ha
Command,
integrado
we
la
have
responsabilidad
had
de
the
la defensa
responsibility
de la
of the defense
infraestructura
of the
crítica y de los
critical
servicios
infrastructure
esenciales del
and
Estado.
the essential
Una,
services.
una
Uh,
responsabilidad que la
a
hemos asumido
responsibility that we have
de manera
undertaken
directa y frontal para
directly from
lograr materializar los
to
diferentes
be able to
procedimientos
materialize the
y
different
acciones que
procedures
permitan
and actions
contribuir
that will allow to
a
contribute
esta defensa de
to
algo que es
cyber
fundamental para
defense,
el funcionamiento del
which
Estado.
is
De
fundamental
ahí que la
for the
misión del
operation of
Comando
the
de
state.
Ciberdefensa
So the
está orientada a
mission
la
of the
ejecución de
Cyber
operaciones de
Defense
defensa,
Department is
exploración
the
y
defense
respuesta
exploration and
de
response
forma permanente en el ciberespacio
permanently
para proteger y
to the
defender la infraestructura
cyberspace to
crítica
protect
digital
the
de Fuerzas
critical
Armadas y también
structures
defender
of
la
the armed
infraestructura
forces and
crítica digital del
digital
Estado y
and
los
defend
servicios
the
esenciales.
services, the essential services of the
Que
state in the
básicamente
country.
son dos aspectos
Basically, these
fundamentales a
are
los
two
cuales está
fundamental
orientado nuestro
aspects.
esfuerzo. El primero,
The
a la
first is
infraestructura
the
crítica
critical
del sector
infrastructure of
defensa,
the
para lo
defense
cual
sector,
hemos
for which we
identificado
have
y
identified and
catalogado
cataloged
cuál es la
which is
infraestructura
the
crítica
critical
terrestre
infrastructure,
de la
the land
Armada
one,
y de la
and
Fuerza Aérea,
of
con el propósito
both
de
the
poder
of the
establecer
three
todas las
forces,
capacidades que permitan
and so that we
proteger y
can
defender esta
uh,
infraestructura. Y por otra
improve our
parte, está
capacities.
la defensa
On
de la
the other hand,
infraestructura
we have the
crítica
defense
digital del
of our
Estado. Un
digital
trabajo que el Comando de
defense, which is
Ciberdefensa lo ha asumido con mucha
work that the
responsabilidad
command has
y
undertaken with
dedicación.
great
Durante estos
responsibility and
2 años hemos
dedication.
podido ya
Through these
identificar
years,
cuáles
we
son
have
estas
been able to
infraestructuras que más
identify
adelante puedo
which are
explicar.
the infrastructure that
Pero es importante considerar
are more
que la parte
important.
normativa,
So,
que es la
in
base
the
bajo la cual
legal
nosotros
part,
estamos
which is the
actuando,
basis under which we
los,
are
los logros
operating,
que hemos
and the
alcanzado en este
achievements that we
ámbito.
have
De ahí que me
reached
voy a enfocar
here,
en
I'm
en
going
tres
to
aspectos
focus on
fundamentales.
three
Lo que tiene que ver con
fundamental
la defensa a
aspects. What
través del
has to do
Ministerio de
with
Defensa
defense and through the
Nacional.
Ministry of National
En el año
Defense, that
2014,
in
a través de un
2014, through
acuerdo
an
ministerial,
agreement of the ministries,
pudimos
was able
crear el sistema de
to
ciberdefensa y con
create
eso
the
se
cyber
creó el
defense
Comando de
command
Ciberdefensa
and created
en
the
el Comando
command on
Conjunto de las
cyber
Fuerzas
defense
Armadas.
together with all the armed forces.
Posterior a esto,
And
se desarrolló las capacidades,
after we developed the capabilities,
cual el libro blanco de la defensa en el cual
and the
se
white
establecieron
book,
las
where we
capacidades
established
estratégicas de
the
la defensa
strategic
y como
capacities of the
algo
armed forces,
importante y
and as
fundamental
something
en la
important and
inclusión del
fundamental,
dominio
the
ciberespacial.
inclusion of the
Esto
cyberspace
se creó,
line.
se
This
describió la estrategia de ciberdefensa en
we
el año
wrote the
2021
strategy
como
of
un
cyber defense in
instrumento
2021
orientador
as
para el
an
fortalecimiento de las
instrument
capacidades
to guide
estratégicas de
the
ciberdefensa
strengthening
y
of
de esta manera asegurar
cyber defense
la
skills and
defensa
ensure
efectiva de las
the effective
infraestructuras
defense of
consideradas
the
como críticas.
critical infrastructure.
Actualmente, nosotros
Right now,
estamos
we are
trabajando en la
working
actualización
in the
de esta
updating of
estrategia,
this strategy,
tomando como referencia
taking
los
as
11 años
reference
de
the
experiencia que
11
hemos
years of
tenido en el
experience that
desarrollo de
we
las
have gained in
capacidades de
the development of
ciberdefensa
the
y la
capabilities in
articulación
cyber
que hemos
defense
tenido
and
de
the
manera
articulation that we have
interinstitucional
had
con
with the
el sector
different
público
institutions and the
que
public
tiene relación con
sector
la ciberseguridad.
that has a relation
De
with
ahí,
cyber
en otro
defense.
ámbito está el
Another
Ministerio de
arena is the
Telecomunicaciones, que en el año
Ministry of
2021 escribió la Política
Communications that
Nacional de Ciberseguridad, en
wrote the
donde
cyber
ya
defense
se habla sobre la
normative.
soberanía
And there we talked
del,
about sovereignty,
del
cyberspace,
ciberespacio y
and
también
with
con
this,
la
the
creación de la
creation of the
estrategia
strategy for
de la
cyber,
Estrategia Nacional de
national
Ciberseguridad en el año
strategy for
2022,
cybersecurity in
en la cual
2022.
en sus pilares,
And
en
the
el pilar 4,
pillars,
de manera
it has four
específica se habla
pillars.
sobre el
It talks about
fortalecimiento
the
de las
strengthening
capacidades de
of the
ciberdefensa
cyber
para
defense
la
capabilities
protección de la
for
infraestructura
the
crítica
protection of
digital
critical
y servicios
digital
esenciales del Estado,
infrastructure and essential
entregando
services of
esta
the state,
responsabilidad a la
delivering this
ciberdefensa.
responsibility to cyber defense.
Posteriormente, en el
After
año
that, in the year
2024 se crea el Comité
2024,
Nacional de
they
Ciberseguridad
created the
y asimismo
cybersecurity
el MINTEL ha
called
mantenido
Intel,
un
and this
esquema
has
gubernamental de seguridad
maintained
de la
the
información como un
security
marco
of the
normativo y
information
regulatorio
with
para
a
mitigar y
regulatory
minimizar los
and
riesgos en
legal
el ámbito de
framework to
seguridad de la
mitigate
información
risks in security
que
of
se encuentra
information
vigente
that
hasta la
is still
presente
in
fecha
force
con su versión 3.0.
with its
Y
version
aquí viene un aspecto muy
3.5.
importante
And
relacionado con
here
la ley.
comes an
En el
important
ámbito de la
aspect
ley para
regarding the law.
ciberdefensa
The law
y
for cyber
ciberseguridad, el
defense
Ecuador ha hecho
and cyber
algunos esfuerzos
security
para la creación de una ley de ciberseguridad, una
and the
creación
creation of the cybersecurity law
de datos de seguridad digital, pero por algunos
of
motivos no ha
digital
podido avanzar.
data
Sin
has not
embargo, en
been
el año
able to advance. But
2023
in
se expide
2023,
la Ley Orgánica de
we
Transformación Digital y
issued the
Audiovisual,
organic ley for
que
the
es un
audiovisual and
marco de
digital
seguridad digital del
transformation that in
Estado
its
en el ámbito de
framework
la
of
defensa al
security in
Ministerio de
defense,
Defensa le
the Ministry
establece
of
que en el marco
Defense
de sus funciones y
is
competencias dirija,
established that
supervise
it
y
had to
evalúe
supervise and
las
evaluate
normas en materia
the
de ciberdefensa.
standards in cyber
Esto,
defense.
esta ley
This law
actualmente
at
está
this moment is
sometida a un
under
proyecto reformatorio
a
en
reform
el cual
project
se va a
in
incluir
which
como un
we are going
aspecto,
to
uno de
include
los aspectos más importantes, que la catalogación de la infraestructura crítica digital
the
del Estado
categorization of the
pase a
digital forms of
responsabilidad
the
del
state
Ministerio de
would be the
Telecomunicaciones.
responsibility of the
Bueno, con todas
telecommunications
estas
ministry. And with
responsabilidades que
all
han sido
these
entregadas
responsibilities
para
that
la
have been
defensa, para
delivered to
el ámbito
defense
del ciberespacio,
in
el
cyberspace,
Comando Conjunto
the Joint Command
ha visto la
has
importancia
seen the
de mantener
importance
un
of
comando de
keeping a
ciberdefensa
cyber defense command
directamente dependiente del
directly
Comando
depending
Conjunto
under
y
the
como
Joint
un
Command.
ámbito
And
como
in
más
a
de
broader
maniobra
sense, and
similar
a maneuver
a los otros ámbitos.
organ
Además de esto,
similar to the
en
other
cada
ones.
una de las
And besides
fuerzas
this, each one of the
terrestre,
forces,
naval y
the
aérea
land, navy,
se
and
han
air,
creado unidades
have
de
created units
ciberdefensa.
on cyber
Esto
defense.
es
And
fundamental,
this is fundamental
ya que esto nos
since
ha permitido
this has allowed
articular
to
esfuerzos
articulate
para la
efforts
vigilancia,
for the
monitoreo y
surveillance,
respuesta
monitoring, and
ante
response
incidentes
in face of
informáticos y ciberataques.
incidents and cyber
También ha
attacks.
sido importante porque ha permitido
And also important
fortalecer
because it has
el
allowed to strengthen
entrenamiento
the training,
unificado del
the
personal
unified training of the staff,
militar de
the
ciberdefensa.
military staff in cyber
De igual
defense.
manera, ha permitido
And
la
likewise, it has also
explotación
allowed
de
the
herramientas
exploitation of tools,
estandarizadas para
standardized tools
ciberoperaciones de
for cyber
defensa y
defense
exploración
operations and
en toda la
exploration
infraestructura
with all the
tecnológica de las fuerzas.
technological
Y por
infrastructure
otro
at
lado,
hand. And on the other
hemos
hand,
logrado establecer un
we
plan
have been able
de
to establish
desarrollo
a
de
development
capacidades
plan
con
for
hitos conjuntos, de tal
capabilities
manera que
as
a medida
in a joint way.
y a
So
largo plazo
in the
podamos
mid and long
alcanzar
term,
las
we
mismas
can reach the same
capacidades
capabilities and
en
skills
las diferentes
in the
fuerzas
different
que nos
forces
permitan tener
that will allow us to
un
have
solo
one
frente
single
de defensa
front,
en el ciberespacio.
defense front in the
Comunidades de ciberdefensa
cyberspace.
en el
The
ámbito táctico
communities of
cumplen con
cyber
operaciones para
defense
proteger
at
y
the
recuperar
at
la
the
infraestructura
tactical and
tecnológica
operational
digital
level
propia,
to
como comando de
have our own
ciberdefensa, la protección de la infraestructura
cyber
digital de
defense
Fuerzas
and
Armadas, el apoyar en la defensa de la infraestructura
digital
crítica digital del Estado
structure
y así
and
también
critical
cumplir ciberoperaciones que
structures of the
contribuyan
state
al
to
cumplimiento de la
contribute to
misión
the
del comando.
compliance with the mission of the
Y a
Joint
nivel
Command.
del comando
And at the
conjunto,
level of
se
the
ha podido
Joint
ya
Command,
integrar al
we have
dominio
been able to
ciberespacial en la
integrate the
planificación y conducción
cyberspace
de las
domain
operaciones
in the
militares.
conduction of the military operations.
Esto
This
finalmente
finally
ha permitido
has
que
allowed
exista
to
el
have
ámbito de ciberespacial de
the
manera
cyberspace
independiente en las
independently in
operaciones
the different
militares. Y las
military
capacidades
operations.
y el
The
desarrollo de todas
capacities and
estas
the
operaciones
development of all
ha
these
sido entregado al
operations
Comando de
has been
Ciberdefensa,
given to the Cyber
en donde
Defense Command,
básicamente
where
cumplimos con
basically
operaciones de
we
defensa
comply with
en la
defense
vigilancia,
operations,
monitoreo y
surveillance,
gestión de
monitoring,
incidentes,
incident
operaciones de exploración y la recolección de
counteract and
información, de
information,
capacidades y
capacities and
vulnerabilidades
vulnerabilities
propias y de adversarios,
from our
así
own and
también de
our
respuesta,
adversaries,
que básicamente son las ciberoperaciones
to be able to
ofensivas que
carry
nos
out all the
permitan
necessary
ser
operations that
requeridos,
will allow
degradar o interrumpir
us to
ciberataques, ciberanálisis.
interrupt
Con todo
cyber
esto,
attacks.
creando esta
And
capacidad,
all this, creating this
se crea
capacity,
esta capacidad
we have
de
created this
ciberdefensa y que
cyber
nos
defense capacity
permite
that allows
disputar
us
el
to
control del
dispute
ciberespacio a
the control
través de la
of the
ejecución
cyberspace
de
through
operaciones
the execution of
militares.
military operations.
En el ámbito, sí, pero hay que
But
aclarar
we have to
aquí, y es
clarify
importante
here,
indicar
and it is
que
important
independientemente
that
de todo esto,
regardless of all
todos los
this,
demás,
all the other
las demás fuerzas
forces
trabajan
work
permanentemente en el ámbito de
permanently in
ciberseguridad con el objetivo
cybersecurity
de proteger y
to
comunicación.
recover and protect
Y aquí
themselves.
nace una pregunta.
And
Todas estas
here is this
capacidades
question.
que se han
How can we
generado y se
integrate
han podido
all
alcanzar,
these capacities
¿cómo
that
las
have been
podemos
generated
integrar
in cyber defense
para la
or the defense
defensa de la infraestructura
of the
crítica, digital y
critical
servicios esenciales del Estado,
of the
que
critical
es uno de los
infrastructure
retos que
and the
nosotros hemos
essential
tenido?
services of the state?
Bueno, primero, hemos
First of all,
identificado
we have
claramente que la
identified
ciberseguridad y la
clearly that
ciberdefensa
cybersecurity and cyber
están en el
defense are
ecosistema
in the
presentes
ecosystem
constantemente en el
constantly,
ecosistema digital del
in the digital
Estado,
ecosystem.
a través de la ciberseguridad con la
Through
protección y
cybersecurity with
recuperación
the
de,
protection and
de los
recovery
sistemas de
of
tecnología
the
propios y a través de la
systems of our own
ciberdefensa
technology and
con
through
acciones
cyber
militares
defense
que
with
permitan lograr
military
efectos en el
actions that will
ciberespacio
allow to
mediante
have effects in
operaciones de
cyberspace
defensa
through the
defensivas
cyber
y
defense
ofensivas.
operations.
Pero todo esto está
But all
articulado
this is
con lo
articulated
que el país
with
requiere,
what
con
the
sus
country
instituciones
needs, with
públicas,
its public
con las instituciones
institutions, with
privadas,
the
con la
private
ciudadanía mismo,
institutions
quien
and the
es la
citizens
usuaria de
themselves
todos estos
who are the
servicios, de esta
users of all these
infraestructura,
services and
de estas
structures and
facilidades
of these
que tiene para
facilities
su diario
for
desarrollo.
their
Y
daily
dentro de todo
development.
este
And within
complejo,
all
de
this
este
complex
ecosistema, el factor
of
crítico
systems, the
de la
critical factor of
infraestructura digital del
digital
Estado y los
infrastructure of the
servicios
state and
esenciales.
essential services.
Aquí es donde
And
el
here
Comando de
is where the
Ciberdefensa
Cyber Defense
ha
Command
trabajado en
has worked
levantar bajo una metodología
in a
cuáles son las
methodology
infraestructuras
to see
críticas
what
de
are
estos
the
servicios
critical
esenciales y finalmente en
services.
septiembre de
And
este
here
año,
in
a través de
September
una
this
propuesta del
year,
Ministerio de
through
Defensa
the
Nacional,
Ministry
se
of
expidió
National
el
Defense,
catálogo de
we
infraestructuras críticas
wrote the
digitales
catalog
del
for
Estado.
digital
Un paso fundamental que
services.
nos permite
This
tener
is a
una
fundamental
línea
step that
base
allows us to
para
have a baseline
determinar
to
los
determine
diferentes
the
planes y
different
cursos
plans
de
and
acción
action
para la
courses
protección y
for the
defensa de esta
protection and
infraestructura.
defense of this structure.
Para esto también,
And for
en el
this,
país,
in the
a
country,
nivel público y
at the
privado,
public and private
se
level,
tiene el CECIR
we have the
Ecuador Nacional, que es un
CCIR,
CECIR que
which
está
is of Ecuador, which is
conformándose, que está fortaleciéndose, está en
being
su primera fase
strengthened, and
de
it's in its
implementación,
first phase of
que permite la
implementation,
formulación
allowing the
de
formulation
instrumentos
of
gestión y también las evaluaciones
instruments, management
bajo la
instruments, and
metodología
also
SIM3 con el
under
apoyo
the
del CECIR de las
methodology
Américas.
of SIM3.
Tenemos también el
And we
ECUCER, que
also
es el
have
Centro
the
de Respuesta a
EcoCert,
Incidentes
which is
Informáticos, que este es el
the one that
principal
gives
centro que más
response.
ha tenido
And this is a
desarrollo y una
center
madurez
that has
en el campo de la ciberseguridad
had the
y el
greatest
apoyo a las
maturity
instituciones
and that
públicas.
supports the public
Adicional, hay los CECI
institutions.
privados
And
y también el CECIR de la
besides
Academia.
EcoCert and the others,
En
we
el
have
caso
some
de las Fuerzas
private
Armadas, tenemos
CSERTs.
el CECIR de
And
Fuerzas
we have
Armadas,
the
que depende
CSERT of the
directamente del
armed
Comando de
forces that
Ciberdefensa,
depend on the Cyber
el
Defense
CECIR de la
Command,
Fuerza
and the
Naval
CSERT of the Navy,
y en
and
proceso
the
de ser
process
adherido el CECIR de la Fuerza
of the
Aérea
CSERT of the Air Force as well.
Todos estos CECIRs,
All
con
these
el CECIR,
CSERTs
CECIR nacional y
with the
ECUCER,
national
hemos
CSERT
conformado una red
is
de confianza.
comprises
Es
a
fundamental.
network and a
La
reliable
confianza
network.
y compartir la información en
Reliability
este
is
ámbito para
essential, and to
enfrentar
share the
las
information
amenazas
in
que
this
tenemos en
arena
el
to face the
ciberespacio
threats that we have in
es un
cyberspace
factor
is a factor that
importante
is
y
very
crítico.
important and critical.
A esto no hemos y
To
seguimos trabajando, no
this,
se ha logrado todavía
we're working on this,
una
and
articulación completa
we
con los
need
CECIR
a
privados,
complete
que
articulation
es un
with
factor
private
importante a
CSERs,
considerar,
which
ya
is an
que la
important
parte
factor
privada,
to
sobre todo la
consider, since
banca,
in the private
a través de sus
part,
recursos, es
through
quien
its
más
resources,
información
it's the one
ha
that
podido
more
recabar y
information
tiene en
has
el
been
ámbito del
able to
ciberespacio.
gather.
De aquí quiero
And
resaltar
here
algo
I want to
sumamente
highlight
importante
something very important,
para que el Comando de
so that
Ciberdefensa
the Cyber Defense
ha
Command
gestionado para
has
poder
managed
identificar
to
qué
identify
hemos logrado alcanzar y qué nos
what are the
falta
programs that we have
hacer.
reached and
Y ha
what is
sido
still
el poder
missing.
ejecutar el primer
And
ejercicio
then we
anticrisis en
have
el
executed the
ciberespacio,
first
en donde se contó con
cyberspace
la
exercise
valiosa
with the collaboration
colaboración,
and
asesoramiento y
advisory
apoyo
support
por
of the
parte de la Junta
IADB.
Interamericana de Defensa. Este ejercicio
This
se lo
exercise
realizó en
was
Quito, Ecuador,
organized in
con
Quito,
la
Ecuador, with the
participación de delegados de la Junta
participation of the
Interamericana de la
delegates
Defensa,
of the
de
IADB
diferentes
from
instituciones del
different
Estado,
institutions of the state,
incluso
from
participamos con la Fiscalía
the
del
Attorney
Estado, el
General's
Ministerio del
office,
Interior, el
the
Ministerio de
Ministry of the Interior,
Telecomunicaciones,
the
las
Ministry of
infraestructuras críticas
Telecommunications and
y la
Critical
defensa,
Infrastructure
en
and
donde se puso
Defense,
a prueba
where we tested
mediante este
through
ejercicio
this
la
exercise
capacidad que tenemos
the
actualmente
capability
para
that we have
reaccionar.
right now to react.
De ahí podemos
And from
identificar
there,
el
we can
nivel y
identify
las mejoras
the
requeridas para la
improvements that are
coordinación
required for the institutional or
interinstitucional para la
interagency
gestión de incidentes
coordination
de las
for
infraestructuras críticas
incidents
digitales.
of
Hemos
against
sacado
the critical
experiencias
structures, and we
y
have extracted
lecciones
experiences and
muy
lessons learned that
importantes
are very important
que nos orientan a
that guide
poder
us to be
establecer los
able to
siguientes
establish the
pasos
following
para poder
steps
ser eficientes
to be
en
able
la
to be
al
efficient
enfrentar una
and to face
ciberamenaza no de
a
manera
cyber threat
aislada,
and
sino
not
de una
maintain
manera
ourselves
conjunta,
isolated, but in
de
a
manera
joint way,
colaborativa
in a collaborative way,
con la confianza de
and
todos
with
los
the
miembros
trust of
que
all the
participan a nivel nacional
entities
en el ámbito
participating
de la
at the
ciberseguridad y la ciberdefensa.
national and international level in cybersecurity
Estos
and cyber
retos a los
defense.
cuales
These
nosotros
are
hemos
challenges
tenido
that we have had
que enfrentar,
to
los cuales
face
hemos asumido con mucha
and
responsabilidad y
undertake with great
compromiso,
responsibility and
podemos
commitment.
identificar
We can identify them in the
las siguientes
following
actividades. La primera, hemos
chart. The
identificado la
first,
complejidad
the
regulatoria que nosotros
regulatory
tenemos, la
complexity that
diversidad
we
de
have,
marcos
the
normativos,
diversity of
en
legal
el ámbito
frameworks and
de
institutions
políticas,
with
de creación de
competitions
leyes,
without a
de las
clear legal
disposiciones
framework
específicas para el ámbito
that
de la
generates
ciberdefensa y el
duplicity of
reconocimiento relacionado a
capabilities
la
and
infraestructura crítica
makes a
digital del Estado.
collaboration difficult.
Las
And
instituciones con
the
competencias
institutions with
sin un marco legal claro. Y esto hemos visto que ha
and
generado
we have seen that this has
una
all
duplicidad en
generated
las capacidades que desarrolla cada una de las
doubling or duplicity
instituciones
in the
al momento
capacities and makes it very
de
difficult
enfrentar una crisis. Y asimismo,
to face a
la
crisis.
articulación
And the
que debemos
articulation
mejorar para
that we
poder
have
tener
to
una
improve to be
colaboración.
able to have
En otro
better
aspecto,
collaboration.
la
Another
confianza es
aspect is
importante
the
desarrollar y
trust to
mantener para compartir
or
información
confidence
sensible.
to
No
share
siempre es fácil
sensitive
en el ámbito
information. It's not
de,
always easy
compartir
to
las
share
diferentes situaciones, incidentes,
incidents
inteligencia de
and
amenazas. No es
intelligence
tan
and
fácil
threats.
siempre
It is not
compartir toda
easy
esta
to share
información,
all this
pero
information, but it is
es
important and it is
necesario
necessary to
establecer que para
establish
las
that
infraestructuras
for
críticas
the critical
digitales
digital
hay que mantener
infrastructure,
estos
we have to
mecanismos. Y
maintain
ahí
them.
es donde hemos
And
podido
this
observar
is
que
where we have
en
been
el
able
sector
to
privado
observe that in
existe
the
mucha
private sector
información
there is a lot
importante
of
sobre
important
amenazas
information
cibernéticas que
on
puede ser
threats and
para
irregularities that can be valuable for the residence and the preparation, and to have preventive actions in the defense of the cyberspace, where we require a better articulation from the public and the private sectors. In this sense, the responsibility of diffuse responsibilities, it is not always clear who is responsible for what in the protection of the cyberspace. Nevertheless, we, through all this reliability network, we have been able for the private and public sectors to integrate when necessary to have a synergy that allows us to confront the information threats and cyber attacks. As a reflection, final reflection, I would like to highlight the following. First, we have seen that it is very important to have the resilience of critical infrastructure. Transportation, energy, health, communications, and banking are the operational part of the country and require an articulation of the cyber defense architecture and the national architecture, and that combines the military sensors, national certs, and sectoral CSRTs that are integrated and maintaining the exchange of information protocols. The armed forces, through the Cyber Defense Command, has contributed and is working permanently to improve the capacities for the defense of the critical infrastructures and essential services of the country. And it is also important to say that the state alone cannot face all these threats in the cyberspace. It is essential to create these alliances and strategies where defense, security, strategic sectors, public and private, are integrated to share intelligence and carry out some joint exercises that allow us to identify the strengths and fields where we need to improve, to establish coordinated protocols for an effective response in face of a cyber attack. And the defense in cyberspace demands a unified national vision with political leadership, a military doctrine that is adapted to these quick changes in cyberspace, and also to have digital education in all the levels. With this will allow us to continue strengthening our resilience and cooperation in face of the cyberspace threats. This briefly, I have wanted to share the efforts, achievements, and challenges that in cyber defense we have worked for the construction of the architecture of the critical defense in our country, of the armed forces, and the critical digital architecture of the state. I'm ready to answer any question.
Muchas gracias, Coronel Jairo Montenegro,
Thank you,
por
Colonel
apresentarnos
Jairo
el mando conjunto de
Montenegro, for
defensa de Ecuador, su misión
presenting your
fundamental,
view
los
from
avances
Ecuador
normativos,
and the legal advancements
estructura
and the
organizacional,
organizational
capacidades y
structure,
retos.
capacities and
Seguramente este
challenges.
contenido ha aportado
And
a los objetivos de nuestro
you
seminario.
have
Es
contributed to the
placer trabajar
objectives
con
of this
usted otra
seminar.
vez
It is a
desde
pleasure to
nuestro
work with you
ejercicio de
once
gestión de
again
crisis cibernéticas en Quito
in
este
cyber,
año,
after the
y allí
cyber
fue testigo
critical
del gran esfuerzo que su
defense
país
in Quito.
ejecuta
Thank you for the
para
effort of your
aumentar
country
su
to
capacidad de
increase your
ciberdefensa
capacity in cyber
conjunta
defense,
y nacional.
your national cyber defense.
Infelizmente la agenda no nos permite
And the agenda doesn't
abrir
allow
tiempo
us
para
to
preguntas,
have
pero
questions.
asimismo
But
subrayo que su presentación ha sido muy
your
clara
presentation has been very clear,
que añadió
and so
bastante conocimiento a
it
toda
has added
la
a lot
audiencia.
of knowledge to the
Coronel
audience.
Jairo, en nombre de la
Colonel
Junta
Jairo, on
Interamericana de
behalf of the
Defensa,
Inter-American
le
Defense Group,
agradezco por
I
compartir su
thank you for
conocimiento
sharing
y
your knowledge,
experiencias como integrante de las
experience
Fuerzas Armadas de
as a
Ecuador.
member of the Armed
Muchas
Forces of
gracias,
Ecuador.
un
Thank
gran
you very
saludo y
much,
buenas tardes
and a good
para usted.
afternoon for you.
Gracias a usted, mi coronel, de la Junta
Thank you, Colonel
Interamericana
of
de
the
Defensa.
IADB.
A las órdenes. Una buena tarde.
A las
Have a
órdenes,
good
hasta pronto.
afternoon.
Seguimos ahora con el noveno
We
y
will
último
continue
tema de
now
hoy,
with the ninth and last topic of today, which will be addressed by Colonel Nelson Alexander Tapia Flores from the Army of Colombia,
presentará el tema
who will be presenting the topic Cybernetic Joint Command, Case of Success when supporting national cyber defense.
presento el coronel
It is a
Nelson
great pleasure
Alexander
to
Tapia
present
Flores.
Colonel Nelson Alexander
Máster en
Tapia
Seguridad
Flores.
y Defensa
He has a
Nacional,
master's in security and national defense by the Superior School of War, a master's in cyber defense by the Superior School of War, a course of cyber policies and for defense, and in the Center of Hemisphere for Defense of the United States, and the CCERT advanced course of the OAS in the León University in Spain. He has acted as commander of the technological support sector national, and also he is commander of the command of communication support and cyber defense. Currently, he is a commander of the Joint Command of Cyber Defense. I leave with you, Colonel Nelson.
Muy amable por su amable presentación.
Thank you for your introduction. And we will continue. Thank you.
La frontera digital del poder. Las amenazas recurrentes y las inestabilidades geopolíticas persistentes cuentan con la aparición de nuevas variables que complican el funcionamiento del sistema internacional, debilitando los gobiernos y los elementos constitutivos del Estado, mientras que, por su parte, los factores desestabilizadores han mutado y se han fortalecido en este nuevo ambiente. Ahora la constante lucha entre supremacía militar, médica, científica y económica confluyen en la banda ancha, haciendo que las operaciones de ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa cubran un lugar de vital importancia dentro de la agenda y la cooperación internacional. Las amenazas ahora son híbridas y más peligrosas. Los estados son más vulnerables y las rivalidades geopolíticas van más allá de una competencia de fuerzas convencionales, trasladándose a las redes de acceso inalámbrico como una frontera del poder. Ahora bien, convocar y entender las amenazas resulta insuficiente. Se trata de avanzar en un ambiente complejo que se caracteriza por la aceleración del cambio, en el que se hace necesario configurar propuestas que permitan proteger y asegurar el conocimiento y los procesos de información, y anticipar escenarios que le ayuden a los estados a distinguir los riesgos que se ocultan en medio de un entorno incierto. En la era de un orden global multipolar y multiconceptual, el contexto geopolítico influye en el desarrollo tecnológico y a la vez se ve afectado por
The
la misma.
geopolitical context has an influence and is being affected. The threats are not obeying specific patterns, and they are mutating simultaneously with the information networks, thereby making invisibility their best guarantee. This situation implies that the state needs to reorganize the dynamics and alliances in order to cope with the existing threats around the governance values. In this framework, for the design of the policies of transformation, we consider the analysis of technological supervision, where we saw associated trends like cyber attacks, cyber terrorism, security of information, cyber intelligence, virtual reality, and cyber physical systems. And this is how our forces are transformed, considering the trends that will have an effect on society. The permanent evolution of a very strong army allows for adaptability for the future and current challenges that the global dynamic called cyberspace presents.
Hemos perdido su audio.
I think we don't have an audio for yourself.
Seguimos sin audio.
We still don't have audio.
Ya me
Ha vuelto. Ya
sí,
tenemos audio.
ya. Oh, bueno.
Perfecto, tenemos todo en pantalla completa. Gracias.
Perfect. We have your presentation on the full screen.
Bueno, muchas
Thank you.
gracias. El día de hoy y en ese corto tiempo vamos a
In this very brief time,
compartir una
today we're going to be
experiencia en
sharing an experience in the
de
case
ciberdefensa.
of cyber
Trata de
defense,
trabajo coordinado con las
which is
entidades del
about
Estado
the coordinated
para
work
poder
with
llevar a
the
cabo
entities of the state in
la
order to
protección
carry
del
out
ciberespacio e
the
infraestructuras
protection of
críticas
the
en un
cyberspace
evento
and
de
critical
carácter
infrastructure
internacional
in
como
an
fue la
international
COP16.
event
Pero antes de eso
as
voy a presentar
COP16.
un contexto general
And I'm
de lo
going
que
to
es el
present a
Comando
general
Comando
context
Cibernético
of what
y de las
the
amenazas
Joint Command, the
que
Cyber
enfrenta
Joint Command
Colombia antes
is,
de
and the
iniciar
cyber threats that
este
Colombia
caso
has
de éxito y
faced
de
before
coordinación.
we start with this success case.
Ya siga por favor con el contexto general.
Please continue with the general context.
Bueno, en el contexto general del Comando
In the
Comando
general
Cibernético,
context
es una
of
unidad
the
que tiene
Cyber
13
Joint
años
Command,
de
this
haber
is a
sido
unit that
activada
has been
unos
activated
planes
for 13 years.
estratégico en la política de seguridad y defensa en
It
su
has
momento.
it was
Y
a
tiene una serie
strategic
de
policy
cambios
at its time, and it has
muy
had
importantes.
a series of structural changes that have been very important since 2018,
Modificación y actualmente
where the last modification happened. And right now we are presenting some important modifications in order to move ahead of the potential attacks with the use of emerging technologies. The Joint Cyber Command from Decree 338 is part of the articulation of the entities of the state in the topic of digital security, cybersecurity, and cyber defense. This is within the digital ecosystem of the nation, managed by the Presidency of the Republic, and some entities, public entities of the state, help with the national coordination and the protection of the cyberspace. Also, we have international cooperation where we're doing cooperation with some entities such as the OAS, the IADB, with the South Command, CSIRT of the Americas. As far as governance of national digital security, with regards to Decree 338 of 2022, the Joint Cyber Command is part of the National Committee of Digital Security and has been recognized as an authority in the topic of cyber defense and cybersecurity nationally. As we can see in the presentation, we have the presidency on the top. This is the leader in this respect. Our national police, we have there our intelligence agency, the foreign affairs industry, justice ministry, and planning agency. As far as the military cyber strategies, we have three main pillars. One pillar for cyber protection in order to protect our critical military structures, the cyber resilience in order to strengthen the handling of incidents to improve the capability of response towards threats, cyber threats, also the defense to our infrastructures and also to support other infrastructures of the state. And the last pillar, which is cyber defense, national cyber defense, in order to defend the state against the cyber threats that affect the defense, the sovereignty, the independence, and the constitutional order. So under these three pillars, we carry out our cyber defense strategies. Next, we're going to look about the cyber overview in the country and in our military forces. And we cannot be ignorant of this overview, this outlook. So Colombia is immersed. It is it's the third country, the most attacked countries of Latin America is the third one, with approximately 1 million attacks. There's attacks from some technological systems located in some countries. It is not easy in some conditions to be able to know where they come from, where they originate. So this has also led us to have a trend analysis in affecting. We have identified that ransomware is looking to kidnap processes from some companies in medium countries, companies from the country. What sectors from our critical infrastructure have we identified that have been targets of these groups? In the first position, we have the government with 20% of the attacks. Then we have the financial sector, the private sector, then education, defense, communications, health, and the industrial sector. There's a high concentration of potential attacks in those strategic sectors, and at a national level, as was mentioned before, there's been an increase approximately 71% compared to last year. And I want to talk also about the prior year. In Colombia, the biggest infrastructure that was attacked was the health sector. There was a big intention from these groups to attack and the information, and to capture information, to ask for digital coins. As far as the military sector, our military forces are a target, permanent target of cyber attackers. However, as of today, we have 0 materialized attacks in our critical infrastructures. Also, I want to mention the cybercrime context. This is a statistic that has been provided by the National Police, and we can identify what that statistic has been since we have the topic of COVID in 2019 approximately. We had technological progress and connectivity process with people and companies, and we have identified the peak of attacks of cybercrimes. And from 2024 to 2025, we've also had a very important margin. So through cyber means, we have seen that there has been forced access to cyber systems, also violation to personal information, transfer of assets without consent. This is concerning how they can deceive in order to extract resources from some companies. Also, the intercepting of information and use of malware, among others. Now, going into the topic, we're going to talk about the case of success of the COP16. COP16 was an event that was carried out last year, approximately from the 21st of October to the 1st of November of 2024 in the city of Cali. So this COP16 is a conference led by the United Nations about biodiversity. It was a conference, an international conference, and 10 chiefs of state attended, 196 countries, 23,000 delegates, 23 delegates, and 1 million people. So in face of these situations, the presidency started to begin the process of how we were going to protect the cyberspace whenever an event of these characteristics would present itself. And this is what we're going to be sharing today. How did we achieve to articulate ourselves and articulate the capabilities of the nation in order to carry out this very successful event? We're going to start with the analysis, geopolitical analysis of Colombia, an analysis of the situation. What were we looking at? And this is what we were also recommending for the countries, because these types of events are not just done in Colombia, but also at a Latin American level. They're also doing this type of international events. We started to understand this global context of what was happening at that time. Last year, there were some strategic rivalries among the United States and China, the conflict of Israel and Palestine, and Iranian actors and hacktivism, transnational hacktivism, especially with the conflict with Israel and Palestine, which could be taken advantage of in order to do some publications to have the attention of the media, the international media. This was something concerning within that analysis. In the regional and national context, of course, we had the instabilities, insecurity due to the insecurity in Colombia. This was a moment which was where Colombia was one of the most attacked countries of the region, and we had attacks to entities of high impact. So there was some risk, such as cyber attacks. There was a need to have national coordination and to have robust protocols. And of course, this could become intensified with the conflicts that we had internationally. Some questions that we asked ourselves as a team. One of them that we were mentioning before was which ones are these events that could be priorities for these type of actors, cyber criminals of advanced groups who might generate campaigns of disinformation. Maybe there was this possibility of creating also fraudulent sites and digital scamming in order to deceive delegations, journalists, governments, and the general public. If the attackers could take advantage of the trust and also take advantage of the official sites and the amount of people that could attend. Also, there were identification of domains during the big international meetings, and the attacks are not just affecting a single country, but they can also affect all of the delegations and actors involved.
Bueno, ante esos antecedentes que se habían trabajado, esas preguntas orientadoras.
So, due to these backgrounds, we developed a route of action according to the lines, the national lines that we had to focus on. So after that analysis of the geopolitical environment, we moved to the simulation exercises, which were incredibly important with the committee, digital committee, for those of us who are part of that committee, and we identified in that very important exercise. This exercise of simulation allowed us to see all of these potential risks, also to create scenarios. There were some creative aspects of what might happen, and this led us to identify the critical infrastructures nationally that could be intervening in that event. Potential attacks to government web pages, So after that, coordination meetings were carried out with the National Committee of Security, also a series of products. Then the Cyber National Group was activated, the committee, and some areas of responsibility that we're going to talk about later. As we said initially, we started with simulation exercises. So we identified critical scenarios. We did a simulation of potential attacks, an assessment on capabilities. We took out lessons learned and we made some adjustments. We mentioned on the presentation that the simulation is the basis in order to anticipate threats and to adjust the national strategy before an event. As a second point, we were talking about coordination meetings. So after all of these exercises, we move on to the meetings with the National Security Committee. So we defined a series of tasks, definition of roles, review of capabilities, alignment of protocols, articulation with international organisms, which is incredibly important, the agreements on cooperation, operational cooperation, do intelligence exchanges, teams for fast deployment, and then planning in order for the dates of deploying all the activities that we were going to carry out. What was important was the preparation of the protocols and plans. We would deliver this to all of these areas of critical infrastructure, especially the ones of the city. So we would identify, for example, the airport was a critical infrastructure. The transportation, public transportation systems, as well as the energy system. So we called those entities, we invited them. The people in charge of these topics of cybersecurity came, and we helped them organize this protocol of coordination. Those protocols were to identify that all of the government sector could also be a blank of attack, especially their web pages for publication. So we combined all the protocols with the government sector and some critical infrastructures that could have an impact on the event. So we prepared all those protocols. We identified PMU Cyber National in order to carry out continuous supervision. We would generate all types of alert that we may find. We were following up with the web pages from the government and especially from the event of COP16, exchange of analysis of information, national and international coordination, which is incredibly important, interinstitutional communication or scaling and decision-making for any immediate communication. I want to talk a little bit about how we split the responsibilities. We designed 3 rings of security for that cyberspace. The first ring of security was the responsibility was on the UN, and especially with the contractor that the UN hired for the event. That was our first security ring. A second security ring was our national police with its cyber unit in order to take care of any cases that might be presented. They were the first responders for these topics. And the third security ring with the Cyber Command CIRT of National Defense. That was as a third ring. This was for the generation of alerts for any situation that was found, any event that could generate an alert. Also, we had the National Direction of Intelligence generating that surveillance and recognition in the cyberspace permanently. So what lessons learned did we have for that topic? One of them was the protection. One was to be able to coordinate ourselves for these really big international events that require a permanent cooperation and that cannot be isolated activities. We need to keep this into account. We need preventive campaigns, global campaigns for blocking false domains and malicious content. It should be integrated from the beginning, before any summit, all of these cyber defense activities. Also, social engineering is one of the main threats. We have to strengthen awareness and verification of sources at all levels. The attacks show that digital security is an essential part of the national security and the diplomatic security of the countries, and the incidents are being materialized in real time. So we need to have constant monitoring of exchanges of intelligence and unified protocols of response. Well, thank you. This is in summary part of this great work that took approximately 6 months of planning to have this event of COP16. And as some of you know, it was an event which was carried out successfully, and we managed to protect the cyberspace. Alerts were generated. There were attempts robbery, especially for the people who were renting some areas for this event. So that, among others, but truly we managed to achieve our objective. We managed to achieve the mission, and we managed to organize ourselves, this whole committee, Digital Security Committee, in order to protect these types of activities and events which are international, to protect people and to achieve our objective. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Nelson Tapia, for presenting this case of success. I am sure that the countries that are being proposed to be hosts for big events, for example, Colombia for COP16, they are assuming a very big challenge in order to maintain the functioning of the event as far as all the aspects. But here we're talking about the cyber defense aspect. It is a great challenge that a country is assuming, and to share this experience with us. It's definitely aligned with the purpose of this seminar. Also, we saw your strategy for cyber defense, the overview of your geopolitical administration of your country, also the lessons learned, which is why we're here, in order to share these types of lessons with all of our member countries. I'm sure that all of these content has definitely been supportive for our purposes, and we're closing in great style. So Colonel Nelson Tapia, in the name of the IADB, I thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience as a member of great honor of the Armed Forces of Colombia. Thank you very much. And I salute you. Thank you, Colonel Christian. Good afternoon. So having concluded our last presentation for this seminar of cyber defense of 2025, we will go on to the formal closing of the event. I'm going to leave with you Major General Cesar Augusto Macedo Garcia from the Air Force of Peru, Chairman of the Council of Delegates of the IADB. And he will be closing the seminar of cyber defense of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and conference people, thank you. Good afternoon. It is an honor to address you in these final moments of the Seminar of Cyber Defense of 2025. During this journey, we've had the privilege of listening to presentations that not only help our digital environment, but reinforce the importance of working together for threats that transcend borders, jurisdictions, and individual capabilities. In the name of the IADB, I wish to express my deepest thanks to our distinguished presenters for their generosity when sharing their knowledge, experiences, and perspectives that enrich our professional knowledge of everybody who attended. The IADB, as a technical organism and advisor of the Inter-American system in the topic of cybersecurity, it reaffirms its commitment with strengthening the capabilities, the cyber capabilities of our member states. Cyber defense, it is an essential pillar for regional stability. Therefore, the IADB continues to drive and promote spaces of exchange, technological exchange, and development that will allow our nations to face coordinately the challenges of the cyberspace. The discussions and analysis that were carried out today make it evident that cyber defense is not just exclusive for the armed forces or the governments. It is a joint effort that demands integration, permanent communication, building trust among all of the actors, civilians, military, academic, and technical. It is just that the way how we can respond efficiently and effectively to the emerging threats. I wish to express also a special thanks to all of the attendants, organizers, and cooperators who made this summit, this conference possible. And this is the work of the IADB. So with these words, we conclude the seminar on cyber defense of 2025 with this firm conviction that what was learned today will be translated into concrete actions that will strengthen our collective security in the cyberspace. Thank you all.
Muchas gracias, mi general.
Thank you, General.
Agradecimientos a todos de la audiencia.
Thank you to everyone in the audience for sharing today with the IADB. Please complete the survey, the feedback survey that will be sent to you. Thank you to everyone and have a good afternoon.